gets realer from here. But first, I want to give a shout out to all my fellow Pisceans out there. Gang. You already know we in the build done. I also want to give a shout out to all my 2-2s and my 3-3s and my 2-2-2s and my 3-3-3s and my 7-7-7s. And shout out to any other angelical numerical numbers that I may have forgot to mention. I also want to thank everybody for coming out to support the channel. Thank you. And those of you that are new, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. And don't forget to click that bell notification and be notified of my upcoming videos and content. And we're going to jump right in. Okay, so why everyone fears Aquarius energy. Now, we're going to talk about the Aquarius energy as well as Pisces spazzing out on Aquarius. Now, we're also going to talk about why does Pisces lose it when it comes to Aquarius. See, now, and you notice that Pisces, when it comes to Aquarius, Pisces loses it the most because this type of zodiac sign that is very tricky. See, when it comes to Aquarius, you don't get the floor. See, you don't get a person that wants to be on the spot, that wants the spotlight. You don't get everything through the front door while it's open. See, but you have to be very careful because when it comes to this particular sign, you guys, you have to really be careful. You got to really watch it when you're dealing with Aquarius. See, now Aquarius, let's go into this further. All right, so okay, so let's get into this. This is a lot, like I say, a lot of stuff that I gotta clear because Aquarius is, well, I'll say this. I have moon in Aquarius, and I can kind of feel where Uranus is coming from. But at the same time, I'm going to tell you guys why people clash with Aquarius. See, Aquarius has a mind of their own. So they're not someone that tends to follow the tradition, the ways of the world of how one should function. So if you were to have a conversation with them, if you have a conversation with them, do you think that it'll just be a pleasant conversation that, hey, you and a person would just, talk about the good old days or, hey, what's new? And just to let you guys know, it will end up turning into an argument. See, appreciate that. Crocodile, hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome. Is that Venus in Aquarius? Oh, okay, I see you. Yeah, so the thing about it is, yeah, when you're dealing with Aquarius, it's a very interesting situation, an interesting person with a personality that is not quite common. Okay, it's not not the type of person you run into often. What's going on, Misty? Welcome. Say hi, real. How are you? Our Venus is in Aquarius as well. So hey, I see a lot of Venus in Aquarius. Okay, I see you. Yeah, definitely. I could talk more about Venus in Aquarius as well. So another thing, I'm gonna put a note in here for myself so that way I don't forget. So let me see here. Now, another thing that a lot of people miss. Okay, so with that, okay, so when you are dealing with an Aquarius sun sign, okay, we just gonna stick to the basics first. Aquarius sun sign, all right? Now, before we get into the moon and, the rest of the natal chart, we're just talking about the sun sign right now. So just from the basics, let me see. Oh, yeah, definitely, Crocodile, Aquarius can get you in a lot of trouble. And it's because of the things that the things that you say to them. Like, this is someone that really is really observant, but they are very observant of what you say. Okay, yeah, Cancer, yo, how your night going? What's up, C-Boy? Welcome. I was going pretty good. It's just that this is a very intense topic when it comes to Aquarius because they're very complex anyway. So we're gonna be doing a lot of The word I'm looking for is it's gonna be interesting, put it like that, okay? All right, so the thing about it, I'm gonna give you guys some scenarios and examples as well, some reasons behind this behavior. Um, damn, that's crazy, jump man. Said I'm right. Said I'm right. He's very observant on what people say. Yeah, so when it comes to this type of situation, is sort of like Libra in a way when it comes to a person that can lose interest very quickly mid-sentence. So, but here's the thing, they're not going to tell you. You won't have any sign that, oh, this person lost interest in what you were saying until they hang up in your face. So it's like one of those, we're just discussing things, you know, maybe talking about the game, and then all of a sudden there's like silence of the lambs, and it's like, yo, what happened? Boom. Next you know, click. It's like, oh, they hung up on me, okay? So it's like, it could be something you said, and it could be an irritation. It could, or it may not be an irritation. Sometimes an Aquarius tests you just to see. Appreciate that, C-boy. Appreciate the vibes. Yeah, it's like, you gotta, sometimes the Aquarius will test you just to see what you're gonna do, because they may have a theory that of you, that they're, you know, maybe they think you're angry, and maybe they think you have a quick temper. And maybe instead of, you know, them asking you or, hey, telling you that, they might just, you know, do something that's very eccentric, something that has, you know, something that you don't see coming to where it throws you off. Appreciate that, C-Boy, again. Thank you, man. Shout out to C-Boy. It's like you could just get into a situation where you really can't read the Aquarius. See, because it's like, the last thing you want to do is get emotional. The last thing you want to do is to react emotionally, because this person has made a logic decision. They're not using emotions at all. So they won't feel where you're coming from. They won't feel where you're coming from, because in their mind, they look at themselves as the hierarchy, like as the last one to know, the first one to tell. It's like, you can't tell them what to do. You can't do something and then expect, oh, it to go a certain way, because when you're dealing with Aquarius, you're dealing with someone that's unpredictable. They're not someone that you could read well, because they literally can change their mind on a dime. Let's say, like, or their identity. They can change the way they look. They can change the way they communicate. See, for instance, they can go one day they can talk in English, the next day they can talk in Spanish. It's like, damn, dude, you just changed that quick. And then when you talk to the Aquarius, you know, they'll be excited. You know, they'll say, oh, well, everyone's using English, so I want to stand out and be the only one that's using Spanish. It's like, damn, you know, appreciate that, C-Boy. It's like, they don't like to be considered someone that's just like the rest of the pack. They like to stand out, see? And another thing is that you might find it weird, but they like weird, and they will be friends with people, and they will gravitate towards people that are different. See, they don't want to be someone that's in the same category as the person they're with. So it's like, this person could just be a certain type of way, and then the Aquarius would be like, cool, because as long as you're nothing like me, we're cool. So it's like, oh, you know, that's the type of person that values opinions. But the problem is that even if an opinion gets like just crazy chaotic, you know, chaotic, an Aquarius loves that, because it's like, yo, at least you still standing on, you know, 10 toes down into what you believe in, versus like trying to side with me just to keep the peace. So this is why you get hung up on and you don't realize it. And you might just start to question, you know, your identity. You might say, damn, why did he hang up on me? Damn, did I say something wrong? But what I'm telling you is that when they distance themselves, they're still observing you. It's like they do not stop observing you. It's kind of like a person that never has that, you know, they have not reached the whole final, you know, questioning of resolving a situation. It's like, yo, they're still, you know, they still want to know more information. So with this being said, they could detach mid argument. See, now detaching mid argument is not like what you think it is. They could detach, meaning they might not be feeling you, because you gotta understand they could be like with you, but not like on your side. It's like they have a mind of their own. So it's like you're talking to someone that's not really agreeing with you, but then it's like you would think, oh, because they detached mid argument, maybe they got upset at my opinion, or hey, and it has nothing to do with you. See, it has more to do with them, and the fact that if they don't agree with you, they're going to distance themselves from you. Now, here's the thing. They analyze emotions. They don't feel emotions. See, they don't get into that, like Scorpio, they don't get stuck there. They analyze emotions instead of feeling them, okay? I appreciate that, C-boy. Crocodile said Aquarius be having STDs. Why you say that? Oh, damn, you know what? I don't even know why I said that. Because I actually did get burned by an Aquarius woman. And it was my fault because I was, being thirsty. And I didn't even know her. I just randomly hit her up on Facebook. And then I was like, so I saw her Facebook pictures and I was like, yo, like, let me hit that, or, just like on some playing around, flirting type stuff. And I was like, yo, I bet I do this to you, or like, make her go like 3-4 times, like, just trying to see if she'll let me, cause I ain't gonna lie, I was desperate. I was just wanted to get into something. And then lo and behold, she's like, yeah, you can come over. I'm like, what? I'm like, she gave me her number, dead ass serious. So I'm thinking it's like, okay, well, this is gonna be a little treat for the night. And mind you, back then I was young. I didn't have a vehicle. So I literally just like grabbed my bike and I would just hurry up and pedaled over there. It was snowing. I threw my bike in the bushes because I didn't have a bike lock. And then I walked to her house. She let me in. I'm talking about, she didn't have no panties on. She was literally like wearing like just some shorts, because a lot of Aquarius women, they don't like to wear panties for some odd reason. I don't understand why. I don't know why, you guys, but again, they don't want to be like everybody else, okay? So we can just take that with a grain of salt. So literally, I'm like, she's all baby oil down. I'm talking about everything's all baby oil. I'm like, dang, so I'm like, ooh, she got some baby oil legs, looking like a real sexy turkey, a real sexy the buttery turkey breast. You know what? I'm not funny. I don't even know why I said that. See, I shouldn't even, I'm gonna just get back to the topic, okay? I'm not a comedian, all right? So I'm like, damn, she looking like a sexy ass butterball, dead homies. I said, but anyway, I'm like, I ain't gonna lie. I was really having a lot of just scuba diving type thoughts. I'm like, yo, I really want to just dive in this. I want to taste it. I want to get my face roll all in it like a damn dog, and hey, get my belly rub. I'm thinking about all of that. Then all of a sudden, it literally, I had 2 condoms in my pocket. And literally, soon as we in the room, she like, okay, all that shit you was talking on Facebook, let's see it. So I'm like, okay. I literally pulled my pants down. I wasn't even like thinking. But see, you got to understand, the Aquarius was calculative the whole damn time, man. It was like, I didn't have a chance to do anything. It was like, she literally called me out. Appreciate that, C-boy. Appreciate the gifts. It was like, I didn't have a chance to react. I didn't have a chance to think. I didn't have a chance to remember that, oh, damn, you got 2 condoms in your your inventory. I said, you know what? Next thing you know, I'm reaching, like I'm literally forgot where I put the damn rubbers at. So she literally threw one leg over me, and literally I'm talking about, it just slipped right in. I'm like, oh my God, no condom. And I'm literally like, fuck it. I'm just going in it, like just ramming it in. Then next you know, it's over. So I'm like, okay, that was fun. And then it was like, okay, it was weird. It was just weird. The whole thing was weird. It was like, yo, we just, okay, well, I guess, yeah, you pretty good. Okay, all right. And then it was over. It was like, okay, well, I'm gonna let you out. Literally, I'm thinking because I'm a Pisces, we were a little more emotional, romantic, a little bit more lingering type of vibes, to where we like to like chill with you, maybe get, sleep over or something. I'm like, okay, damn, she already ready to let me leave? Like, damn, we ain't gonna take a nap together? I'm like, oh shit, she already ready for me to leave. Next you know, I leave. I'm like, man, damn, I want that. When you enjoy something, you want to do it again. So I'm like, man, I want to do it again. Now here's the part that I wasn't thinking about. See, man, I tell you guys, I literally went to sleep. I woke up and I didn't feel right down there. I felt it was like a burning sensation that was like, kind of like, it hurted. It hurted so bad. I'm like, damn, why is it real like spicy down there? Next thing you know, I went to take, my first, went to go drain the weasel. So I went to the toilet and man, y'all, I like literally, I never felt the pain. Like this pain was just unbelievable. I was like, oh shit, flaming hot type. It was so damn just spicy that I was like, yo, oh my God, no. Man, I went to the clinic like damn the Flintstones, then barely probably was hitting the gas, just hurry. I got to be seen today. Today. Man, they tested me and I had gonorrhea and chlamydia at the same damn time from that heifer, man. That I was like, the only thing I could think about was two eyeballs and looking at two damn Springfield egg rolls. I was just thinking about them damn rubbers like, why didn't you have them in your hand, buddy? Like, why didn't you pull those out? But it was because she literally slipped out, man. I'm talking about, I am not kidding you guys. She literally put her leg over me and my shit just slipped in. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? How the fuck did that happen? Like, why didn't it like, kind of like, for those of you that are uncut, we're going to keep it uncut and have the little turtleneck thing going on, because we institutionalized over here. Okay? Yeah, just, I said, now I'll be damn, felt like Al Bundy and shit back in the day. I'm like, what the hell is going on here, Meg? Just thinking, I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, just like you said, Empress, oh my God. I'm like, man, never again. So Aquarius really just like burnt me. But all I could think about was the after effect. But you got to understand that she could have probably been having the time of her life because maybe she already knew she had something and she wanted to give it away. See, just because it could have pissed her off, but sometimes that's how an Aquarius could get into a mind state where it's like, oh, somebody want to do this to me. Oh, I'm going to find somebody that didn't see this coming. See, because it could be the whole men thing in general that she's looking at versus not just you, but now she's like, oh, somebody just, randomly chose her. So she's like, yo, I'm gonna just randomly choose someone else. Just to ruin somebody else's day, just to get them to be, feeling how I felt. But then it's like, because you got to understand, they're analyzing the emotion. See, it's not like they're feeling the emotion. They're analyzing like, oh, why the hell would someone do this to me? Oh, I'm going to go ahead and do this to someone else. You see, appreciate it. Welcome everybody, Earthlings, everybody that just came in. And it's evil. Yes, evil thing to do, but you got to understand. It's like, it teaches what Aquarius teach you. They teach you things to think outside the box. It's like go into a situation and think about everything. Don't just think about the object in front of you. That's what Aquarius teaches us. See, now, another thing is that they go cold during conflict, okay? So if there's a conflict going on, you will almost know they're not interested. It's like once you start telling them about, oh, the fight, it could be your drama, it could be a dilemma, something that happened. It ain't even got to be your stuff. If you start talking like that to an Aquarius, all of a sudden you realize that, oh, it feels like you're talking to someone that's in the cold. It's like, oh, wait a minute. They have no input. There is no, oh, what happened? Yeah, I agree. They shut down. And then when they carry on the conversation, they'll change the subject. See, they might say something like, oh, you know I got straight A's on my, it's like they'll change the subject to where you'll be like, damn, you ain't even respond to what I said. You see, because the emotions, they analyze them, they don't express them. Another thing is they can disappear without any warning. See, so you can't get too clingy with them. Okay, that's why if you are a Cancer, you're gonna have a tough time with an Aquarius. They're gonna piss you off every damn rip, every damn go, because they literally are the type of person that likes to be, you know, they could be friendly. Yes, they could be your friend, but they're distant at the same time. It's like they hover to where they come and go. They pace, you know, 1 minute they're in the car with you about to go somewhere to like maybe a mall, a movie, maybe to go see the, what is that? The Avatar new movie. They'll be with you. Then all of a sudden on the way back, they might not ride with you on the way back. It's like they found another person they knew, or hey, that they clicked with, and they left with that person because they were probably just, you know, talking about some type of, you know, maybe Naruto or some crazy, you know, something that you probably wouldn't even think to talk about, but they left with a whole different person. See, they went with you and then left with someone else. Very unpredictable, can just be distant, just disappear like a ghost. Another thing is they prioritize logic over tears. See, so this is why the logic reasoning of a man falling and slipping on a patch of ice, they might not say, oh, sir, are you okay? Do you need help? No, they might simply just look at you and be like, look at that guy. Wow, that guy just slipped on a whole patch of ice. Like as if it was something done that was like, oh, spectacular. Like, did you see that guy fall on that patch of ice? Wow. Like literally the dude was down there ice skating. Like, did you just see that happen? That was cool. Like they'll look at it in such a way where it's like, damn, dude, is he okay though, man? We ain't talking about the damn fall. They'll think the fall was like a sports event. Like, oh, did you see him land on his elbow like that? Damn, you know, it kind of looked like he was holding, like he was a waiter holding a plate of food in his hand. Did you see how he fell? It's like, bro, that's not funny, bro. See, but that's the thing. You gotta understand they're using logic versus emotions. Another thing is they don't chase. Okay, so if you have something going on and you don't invite them, they're not the type of person to go chasing you for it or chasing answers. They tend to go their own path. They're very independent in such a way. Another thing is they don't explain themselves twice. This is why you get hung up on. So if they say something and you mention it again, click, they're gonna hang up on you. See, it's like they feel like I've already told you already. They don't like to keep going over the same thing, dwelling on the same subjects. See, let me see. Yeah, definitely. She just ghosted me. And see, the thing about it, I was much younger and I was much more emotional, and I couldn't believe that. Damn, you know, it's very hard to find. You know, I say it's hard to find good sex if you have good sex. It's like it's only seldom amount of people that could do it a certain way, and you might just remember one thing about the whole deal, but it was just too fast, you guys, to where I couldn't even really. Once I felt that burning sensation, I couldn't even like forget the girl. I'm trying to get the cure. I'm trying to heal. Like, in noticing that I can't heal on my own, it's like, man, it was like after that experience, I was just like, and this was way before I even got into signs. This was more like me just like feeling like a victim. Like, damn, somebody just shot me in the damn, you know what? I'm running around here in pain, you see? Like, it got so bad that I could only pee in the tub. I couldn't even just pee like regularly. I had to go warm some warm water in the tub and sit in there and piss just because it hurted too bad. Like, if those of you that may have experienced gonorrhea or, you know, chlamydia, you know what I'm talking about. That you can't even pee. It feels like a damn needle going in the peephole. It's like, yo, I see you, peeping Tom, Mr. Tom Peep. You know, peeps like the peeps that we eat on Easter Sunday. You know what? I'm not funny. I'm not even. I shouldn't even said that. But yeah. Okay. So the next thing, they move independently. So this is not someone that likes to go to a family restaurant with the family to eat, they'll probably say, you know what, I'll get mine and I'll go off and, go off somewhere and eat my own food. I don't want to eat with family, or I don't want to eat with Susie Ann. I don't want to eat with my girlfriend. I don't want to eat with my boyfriend. They just do their own thing. It's like you can't chase them, stop them, move them. You can't change their mind. If they want to go smoke, they'll go smoke away from you. And funny thing is with Aquarius, they have some of the good hide. They have some of the best hiding spots. If they go off to go roll a blunt and go smoke, they might take one friend with them, and then all of a sudden they disappear. You would not even know where they went. You'd be like, damn, such went on his break, but I don't even know where they went. You could have searched the whole damn parking lot. You can't find them. So that's one thing to know. Another thing is that they don't react emotionally. Okay, so you can't, even if it could be of the worst situation of a story, they would not react emotionally. They ghost you to reset. Okay, so if they ghost you, they do that to reset. It's like repositioning themselves. And they detach to protect their peace. Because a lot of times they don't like to, stay stuck in the situation or thought for very long, or just not at all. Okay. Yeah, I mean, law intuition. Yeah, it's just that I learned a lesson behind that, to not just go, not to listen to my third leg, to just, really question things. I learned a lesson from that, because that was like, I was noticing a lot of differences, like with the chlamydia. I was seeing like wet spots in my bed sheets. I'm like, yo, what is this? And at first I'm just thinking maybe I was just like slobbing around, maybe in my sleep, because I have a sleep disorder. So I'm like, maybe I was fighting somebody in my sleep, and maybe I was just sweating like Rocky. Maybe I was just throwing uppercuts and jabs, and just realized that, damn, we in here fighting like a mug. Maybe it's the sleep disorder. But no, it was the little leakage of the of the milk carton, the little milk situation where, the milk factory, there was a leak going on and nobody could fix it. So I was like, damn, you know what? The doc, I know he has the goods, so it's time to go to the doc. All right. Yeah. Now, they think long term, so it's never something that they'll just think, short term about. They think on a long term, basis of a situation. They don't sugarcoat things. For the most, they call things as they see it. Like one time, I knew an Aquarius guy, and this man will be very debatable. He also said that he believed that smoking cigarettes was a lot healthier than eating bacon. So it was like a cheap shot that he threw at me, because on my break, I was kind of fantasizing about what I was going to eat on my lunch break. And he was like, yo, where you going for lunch? I said, oh, I'm going to go to, what was it called? Arby's. No, not Arby's. It was Burger King at the time. So Burger King had this like sandwich. I forgot the name. It was like a rodeo cheeseburger or something. It was something. But it was like a huge sandwich, and I called it the brick. And next thing you know, I just told him, like, just a regular conversation. I said, yo, I'm gonna go get the brick, because everybody knew I had go get the big sandwich on my lunch break anyway. But he wanted me to reiterate it. I said, yo, I'm going to get that same sandwich. And he was like, okay, well, good luck with that bacon. I said something like, bacon? But mind you, it was projection, because this man would sit around and he would drink shitloads of Mountain Dew. Like literally, he had all his teeth were rotten, and he was still drinking Mountain Dew like it was a bottle of water. I'm like, yo, maybe you gotta like get some rest, or go to first shift. And it still would not stop. And he told me, like, yup, Mountain Dew, he's gonna keep drinking Mountain Dew. He doesn't care how much sugar it has. He doesn't care about, he said, nope, I'm gonna keep drinking Mountain Dew. And then he was like, maybe one day I'll become a Mountain Dew, I'm like, damn, bro, like, he just was rebellious like that. Now, here's the thing. They don't overcommit emotionally, see? So this is why if you make plans with an Aquarius, it may sound like they're not taking you serious. They might say, oh, you got a wedding on Friday. Oh, okay. Well, who are you marrying? And then it's like they'll joke about it, and it's like by them laughing about what they're saying to you, it makes you feel like they're not gonna show up. And then another thing is they won't fight for chaos. Nope. They'll probably just sit there and laugh at you. You know, they'll laugh in the middle of a fight. They'll laugh in the middle of something, you know, some type of dilemma. It's just like they really don't take people serious. And it's like when you're actually arguing about something or trying to prove a point, you can look at an Aquarius face and see that they're not taking you serious. So as you guys keep following along with this live, click the like button if you are, you know, have watched thus far. Subscribe if you haven't, because one thing about the ego of an Aquarius, and we're going to get to it. So I'm going to talk about the ego, because there's a reason why the Aquarius doesn't like to show emotion. See, the reason why they don't give you the type of, you know, I feel you, I feel where you're coming from, okay? It's a reason why they try to act unbothered. Now, okay, so another thing is they shut down when they're overwhelmed. So if they're stressed or something's going on, you may not hear from them, or hey, they might just hang up on you. They might just not, you know, not be there presently, you know, or verbalizing things with you. Another thing is they detach instead of arguing. Like I said, they don't conform to tradition, how things, you know, are, the way it works. They have their own way. So they seldomly follow the instructions that come inside of a TV box of how to assemble a television, a 65-inch. They usually have their own way of how they're going to go about it. It's like they might even have their own screws, like the little assemble kit that it comes with the 65-inch TV. They may have their own tools, their own screws. Their whole setup is different versus the directions. So it's like another, you know, that's something to look at. But here's what they value. They value mental stimulation, see? So that's why, as I was speaking to the girl, this is why we were able to set up a, you know, a rendezvous, a one-night stand together. Because of what I was saying, it may have been mentally stimulant to her mind. So that could have been the reason why that, you know, that stimulation in itself could have been more, you know, interesting, because it's the stimulation that they have to have in order to do things, not emotions. They are not driven by emotions. Okay, Misty said, Pisces be clean, smell good, look good, clean, usually dress fire, I think. I don't know a dirty one. I don't know. Sure, they out there. Oh, I mean, yeah, I've seen now. See, that's why I said, like, shout out to all my bottom feeders, because like y'all get love too. The ones that are not so cute, the ones that are not like, you know, that may not dress well, you know, because one thing that, and I'm not making fun of anyone when I say this, but I've seen Pisces that actually look like fish. Like they actually have huge teeth. They really have, like, you know, their teeth are like kind of buck, like claws. They like, you know, raw, you know. It's like, damn, bro, you ain't playing no games. You're a Pisces out here and you reincarnated into the damn, you know, piranha with those teeth. Man, you out here tearing up some shit, man. You out here ripping the meat off the bone. But hey, shout out to you, because, you know, some Pisces, man, literally, they can look like a vicious damn, you know, not just a rattlesnake, but a damn crocodile, you know. So you can't be out here playing, fam. Now, another thing, Aquarius can be stubborn. So they do this because they refuse to conform. They prefer their independence. Another thing is they value autonomy. So like I say, they rather do things alone. They're not really so much, you know, quick to join others or get into a group setting. They avoid clinginess, okay? So they're not the type of sign like Cancer that wants to, you know, stay attached to others or a situation. They can shut down during those emotional floods that happen. So it's like, hey, if it's crisis in a situation that involves emotions, they're out of there. They'll find a reason to get out of the situation, see, unannounced. Now, another thing is they don't react to jealousy. So as soon as they go into a situation that is like that, they're not going to be present. See, it's like, yeah, even if they're listening, they're not going to be listening. They're going to have a detached demeanor to them. They might be nearby, but not involved. Okay. And another thing, why they detach to think. See, now another thing is that you have to realize they prioritize logic and love. Okay, so they're always coming from a logic standpoint. Now, why me as a Pisces spazzing out on an Aquarius? Okay, it's because with us Pisces, we represent emotion plus intuition, and Aquarius, they represent logic plus detachment. Okay, so when a Pisces cries, that's when an Aquarius analyzes. See, now when it comes to Aquarius shutting down, that's where a Pisces will feel rejected. See, it's like an Aquarius, they go to the shutting down, a Pisces goes to feeling rejected from a situation. Now, with us Pisces, we go for the emotional reassurance, okay? And Aquarius, they want mental clarity. So the mismatch in itself between Pisces and Aquarius, this is what causes tension, see? And I'm gonna give you guys an example. So one time, it was a group of contractors. They came to the window and the Aquarius was trying to show off. He was like, yo, I'm in a good mood today. I'm, actually in a good, he was very, very upbeat. And a group of contractors came to the window and they gave him a hard time. And then they threw a question out, like a rhetorical question. They asked him like something about his taxes. And they were like, yo, are you, it was like a jab they threw, but he was frazzled about it because it was like a question that he didn't understand. It was like something they asked. They said, they basically made a joke about, him and his taxes, and like, oh, are you exempt from something? And they all started laughing except the Aquarius. He didn't think it was funny. And then he even said, I'm not helping those guys anymore. But then, like, me and him sitting down, I literally said something about video games. I said, I don't own a console. I don't have PlayStation or, Xbox or any gaming consoles. And he was like, what do you play? And I said, I play PC. He was like, what game do you play? I said, I play 5M. Next thing you know, this dude literally told me like, oh, he was like, oh, you're an idiot if you play 5M. He was like, oh, I'm a Minecraft guy. And he was like, yeah, it explains. He was like, oh, it explains how you are, like your person. Now, he was like, now I know more about you. And he laughed. I'm like, yo, I said, damn, you really just tell somebody they're illiterate or, dumb for playing 5M? Like, okay. And I'm like, literally, I wouldn't say that to you. And then it was like, I was really like, I could really say something right now, but I'm going to get fired because he was the manager. I'm like, I don't even want to say anything because if those contractors would get to him by saying a smart comment or something sarcastically, said or whatnot, like if I say something like that, I know he ain't going to be able to handle it. See? So I just was like, you know what? You got it, big bro, or you got it, whatever. Right? So which sign clashes the most with Aquarius? I'm going to tell you who it is. It's Taurus. Why do I think Taurus clashes with Aquarius? Is because of Taurus, they represent stability, consistency, and routine, okay? Aquarius represent change, unpredictability, and rebellion. So you got fixed versus fixed here, okay? When it comes to the modality, so what does this mean? This means that it's going to be a power struggle between the two of them. Now, that's why they clash. So Taurus is like, Taurus ain't the type of person to sit there and play. And it's very hard to get a Taurus to do something. It's very difficult to get an Aquarius to do something. It could be anything like flush the toilet. It could be, hey, turn the water off. You can't tell a Aquarius to do something if they don't want to do it. And you can't tell a Taurus to do something if they don't want to do it. So there's definitely power struggles that go on between Taurus and Aquarius. Now, let's talk about Uranus and Aquarius. I'm going to explain this further, okay? Because everybody knows that Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, okay? So what does Uranus represent? It represents innovation, rebellion, sudden change, awakening, individuality, okay? So there's no traditional planetary exaltation in Uranus, okay? So the only thing that's there is Uranus energy, see? And it thrives in Aquarius because it represents freedom and disruption of the norms. This is why when you normally try to discuss something with an Aquarius, you don't get the same response. See, because they are the disruption to the norms. Now it makes sense to you. See, it's like they are here to disrupt the normal way of doing things. So if you see a person fall on a patch of ice, it's normal for a person to be like, yo, are you okay? To them, no, it's not the same. It's not, oh, are you okay? It's like, damn, look at that guy. He just had a very applauding fall. It's like, yo, you fell in a good way, like, damn. But they're not gonna want to go into the emotions of how the world normally works. See? Now, when it comes to why are Aquarius the friend and the enemy at the same time? See, it's because they tell uncomfortable truths. See, that just using alone the whole guy falling, it's like, damn, that's not funny. It's like, yo, the dude just fell. But they can tell that same story to someone else and they'll try to, approach it from a logical sense. But then it's like, yo, why don't you help the guy? It's like little questions that kind of little question marks you might have regarding the situation they tell you. But another thing is that they don't sugarcoat the flaws, see, about you or anyone else. They will definitely challenge your mindset just to see how smart you are, just to see like how you think. They will pick your brain, definitely. And they will withdraw emotionally, see? So it's like, damn, you really don't feel, you really don't feel like they're on your side. It's like, cause they withdraw from the emotion. So you never really feel as though they are a friend, but at the same time, they feel like an enemy to you, see? Because they go against the grain, they go against the friend, they go against the whole friendly vibes, and then it's vice versa. So it's like they leave you in a not so sure mindset. Now, to some, they could feel, to some people, an Aquarius could feel like someone that's being honest with you, okay? But then to others, they feel cold, okay? Now, the thing about it is some people may say that, oh, let's say you're having a good day, okay? Sometimes you got to just be careful because some people may assume that they are spirit shooters, if you guys know what they are. But that's not the truth, okay? They're more blunt observers. So if they see something, they're going to tell it how it is, of like how they see it. Versus, let's say you don't like it, that's too bad, right? Now, we got to ask ourselves, why does an Aquarius trigger so many people? Is it the detachment? Is it their blunt honesty, or their refusal to conform to this world? See? But I'm going to tell you why Pisces and Aquarius clash, okay? Now, they clash because of Aquarius needs space. See? Not only to think, but hey, they're not going to want to be like neck and neck with you. So even if they are your friend, this is why I said they could feel like your friend and your enemy at the same time, because most people assume that, oh, if you're distant from me and we are friends, then, hey, you must feel some type of way, or hey, the whole separation, the distancing, that messes with people's, it messes with people when they actually think like that. When they're like, yo, we're supposed to be cool, why aren't you coming over often? Or hey, why are you always going off to do your own thing? See? So that whole situation in itself, when Aquarius detaches mid-argument, that's going to cause that. That's why Pisces and Aquarius clash, okay? So they need space to think before what? Reacting emotionally. See that? Yeah, definitely jump in. Definitely. You said Aquarius females, yeah, too. They can actually, they actually don't have any filtering, so they could cuss you out. When especially with an Aquarius female, she can cuss you out. You find more partners being Virgo and Aquarius. Okay, so another thing is, they analyze emotions. See, so they process feelings through logic, to stay in control. Another thing, like, and I'm just breaking it down from the reasons I told you guys. So when it comes to them, you know, going cold in conflict, they do this to shut down, okay? Because that shutting down, it feels safer than what? The emotional chaos that comes with it. Okay, so when an Aquarius disappears suddenly on you, they do that to reset their nervous system, okay, by going quiet. Because just because they don't show emotions doesn't mean that they don't feel them. See, because they actually feel them, but here's the thing, they get upset about it. And then they get mad about being upset because that's how they observe. So it's like, as soon as they observe that, oh, I'm mad because this situation is pissing me off, then they get mad about being pissed off, in the first place. So it's like they could have their nerves could be really, really intense and be on edge to where it's like, they can really hurt somebody, and I've not, put it like this. I know some Aquarius friends that have done this, and I'm gonna explain later, but yeah. So when it comes to logic, being logical over tears, basically here, like I say, they believe the solution matters more than the emotional display of how it looks. See, so this is why I said an Aquarius detaches from emotions, everything. See, so it's like they don't want nothing following them. They don't want nothing to do with the emotions. Okay, just based on how it looks. They don't chase because they value the mutual efforts. Okay, so they care about how much are you putting into the situation as well, not just them. And they feel like when they chase you, the reason why they don't chase is because it feels like a loss of dignity. Okay, so it's like that's why they don't, and it takes away from their individuality. It takes away from their uniqueness. Okay, or their feeling of being unique. Now, another thing why they don't repeat themselves is because they expect people to listen to to them the first time they said something. They're not the type to just keep reiterating something. Okay, now they definitely question everything. See, and this is why you should. So this is why I should. This is why I should have questioned everything as well. They question everything. It's very hard for Aquarius to go along with something and fall for something, or they're not easily how can I say it, gullible or easily swayed into situations. Let me see here. Definitely. Well, welcome, Marquez. How you doing? Okay, Law into which said I live my emotion in private. Yeah, that's the best way. We said, I think Lil Humble said, finally something positive. Like I say, yeah, definitely I just keep it real as much as I can. Welcome, Palace A. Welcome. Jumpman said facts, appreciate that. Hit the like button if like I say, hit the like button for me if you hear, you watched thus far. I'm trying to get this live video to 100 likes. Okay, so another thing with Aquarius is when I said they question everything because they're wired to challenge assumptions. See, so this is why they don't fall, just like Virgo. They don't fall for assumptions. They don't fall for who you assume that, who someone may assume you to be. They will question it. See, this is why they never stop observing. They never stop. They are still watching you. Even when you think they're gone or when you think they've moved around and moved on, no, they're still watching you. See, still paying attention. Another thing is they challenge authority, so they dislike rules. Okay, they don't like the way you got someone has a sign on the window of a business that says don't do this, don't do this. Wash your hands. Before you return to work. You maybe see that sign in the bathroom, in the employee bathroom. They're gonna still do whatever they want to do. See. And sometimes they'll just go against the grain just cause. It's like they won't listen to certain things. It's like it might say, hey, when you come into the gym, you got to swipe your membership. They might just walk right on in. They don't give a damn about rules. They don't like rules, okay? Because they see they're detached. See, rules are like emotions. It's like, oh, don't do this. Because obviously somebody feels some type of way. That's why they wrote the rules. So anything that even feels like an emotional, assumption or some type of grievance or any type of, situation that's a problem for someone else, they're going to go against it. And this is why I said they are the disruptors, see, of what's considered normal or the normalities of life. Okay, so just as well when it comes to love making and partners with relationships, they are very aloof, see, and you got to understand, it's not that they are aloof, it's that they seem aloof. See, why is this? Because they show care through actions, see, not emotions. So that's the difference. That's what you gotta know and watch. When I said they are unpredictable, it's because they hate routines, see, and they follow their inspiration. See, they follow inspiration. It could be of someone else. It could be of something that they've discovered. This is why they're going to bump heads with Taurus. See, because Taurus is all about routines and stability. Now, the reason why I say they won't fight for chaos is because the drama, it feels pointless to them and exhausting. See, and it also it will trigger emotions. So that's why they don't have anything to do with that. They may seem unemotional. They do this because they want to protect their what? They want to protect their vulnerability. See, they want to protect their vulnerability behind a calm mask. This is why they act unbothered. But this also introduces their ego. See, at the same time, they would rather put their ideas over their feelings. Why? Because they value the truth, logic, and progress. See, another thing is they challenge manipulation. That's why it's very difficult to manipulate an Aquarius. This is why Scorpios have a hard. You want to know who Scorpios consider the boogeyman? Aquarius. Aquarius, they are afraid of, man, listen, Scorpios are afraid of Aquarius. It's like, that's who they scared of. Because I remember, I actually tested this out. You see, it's not an assumption. I tested this out, and I remember one of the Scorpios that I was into it with, he was so afraid of the Aquarius. It's like he didn't even want to work on the same shift as him. I was like, yo, why? Since you're friends, since you're good friends with this dude, and you're always bragging about him and talking about what he does and what he did, he had the audacity. I'm talking about, he would not go to first shift just because that one Aquarius was on, running that shift. He didn't want to go to first shift. You want to know why? Because that Aquarius wrote his ass up, even though they were friends. That's why I said that Aquarius can be your friend and your enemy at the same goddamn time. It's like love and hate, but it's not so much hate. It's more of a separation, a detachment. See, because you got to understand that the friendship feels emotional. So they don't want to be predictable. They don't want to be like, oh, we're friends. It's like, yo, we're cool, but hey, don't get it twisted. I could leave at any time. Like this whole situation could be disrupted. See, because it's normal for friends to to be together, to stick together. Visit from time to time. But nope, when Aquarius is like, yep, I could cut you off at any time. See, so that protects their individuality. All right, and it basically protects them from being vulnerable. Now, another thing is that they move on mentally fast. Okay. So once a conclusion is reached, they release it. It's like they don't dwell. They don't stick around. They don't stay. This is why I got put out right after the one night stand. Okay, are you ready to go? You got your shit? Okay. It's like, damn, that quick. Okay, wow. You ain't gonna let me kind of, stretch out, talk a little. Nope. See? So it's like wham, bam, good night, So another thing is they don't gossip much, okay? And like I say, they see it as low level and unproductive. Okay, they basically see it as useless. They call out inconsistencies. Okay, so one thing about them is they hate hypocrisy. They hate things like that. It irritates them deeply. All right, they rather be to themselves or in a self situation rather in a group setting. So it's self over group. In other words, and with this is that they don't like to sacrifice their identity for belonging. See, so another thing is the reason why they don't conform to a situation is because being different is what? Being different is the point for them, see, in the first place. Now, they could be stubborn. Why? Because they are fixed sign, okay? That's their energy. Now, they hate being forced to change. This is why there's no routines. They're going to do it on their own, in their own timing, see? On their own timing. Now, another thing is they prefer to be independent. Why? Because dependence feels like weakness to them, see? This is why they don't want to do it your way. Even if you suggest something, or oh, you know, maybe you feel that the Aquarius could benefit from a certain way of doing things, they're not going to listen to you. It's not because they have something against you. They just have to do it their way. See, another thing too is they don't overshare. Nope. So if they buy a bag of candy, they'll never go for a sharing size. And now that's a joke, but yeah, they don't overshare because the privacy. All right, the privacy is how they feel safe. Okay. They avoid drama because of the emotional mess that comes with it. It disrupts their peace and their focusness. They won't beg. Nope, they're not going to beg. So why? Because of self-respect and pride. All right. Now, the thing about it is they rather lose than plead. See, than plead the fifth. Now, another thing is instead of feeling the emotional intensity of a situation, they would rather challenge it. Why? Because those big feelings can feel like presence or control. See, you see how everything that they do, it avoids the emotional, the emotional that, you know, the things that come with a human being. See, this is why people often would say, oh, if you are Aquarius, you're not from here. See, it's like they would look at you as being alienated. See, like, oh, like you come from another planet. You see, because the way that the Aquarius does things is unorthodox. It's not like, oh, something you've seen before, something that you know, that you normally would have seen. It's like, yo, damn, you know, I never seen this type of behavior or this type of person before. It could be the way that they have their hair, you know, their nails, their whole physique could be different. Their clothes could be different. The way they speak could be different. It's like they might put makeup on to go to the grocery store, but then the makeup is not the same type of makeup that people normally wear. It could be like, what do they call those things for, like, you know, for like blackheads? They might have a mask of, like, you know, that slimy stuff that pulls the blackheads out of your nose. They might put that on and may like have a little, you know, short haircut, and it's like some dark shades on, and hey, might have two cucumbers stuck to their cheeks, and they might just walk outside, and that's just what they wanted to wear for the day. But it's like people will look at them and be like, damn, you know, that's weird, or hey, you know, but weird is good to them. See, they want to stand out, in other words. All right. Now, another thing is, they withdraw when they're pressured. All right. So the pressure feels like manipulation or control. That's why they do it. Now, they will resist emotional control. See, that's why I said it's very difficult to emotionally manipulate them. Now, why is this? Because the guilt trips and, oh, prove your love for me, or it turns them off. See, this is why they don't chase love. This is why they constantly are rebellious to any type of, oh, what you should do, suggestions, or any of that. See, you cannot tell an Aquarius what to do. You cannot change their mind because they move unpredictably. And on top of that, it's because of Uranus energy in itself. Why? The Uranus energy, it comes with sudden changes, see, and breakthroughs. So listen, the disruption must happen, but see, not all disruptions are bad for bad causes, see, or bad reasons. It's like, yo, for instance, with me, I have Moon in Aquarius, so I know that I have to work out every day. Every day, not just because of I actually reversed the pre-diabetes situation. I reversed that. I stopped eating sugars, and you know, now you guys see me with bottled water every day, exercising every day, drinking water now. Like, oh, good job, man. But hey, I don't think it's over. It's not done. See, because that's the thing. Like, I'm hard on myself, but I need to be, because it's easy to fall into those the social norms of, oh, you know, hey, you're doing too much, or hey, appreciate that law intuition, appreciate that. It's like, it's not over. The fight's not over, so I don't really celebrate my wins or breakthroughs, but I am put it like this, I'm very observant of that. I know that, hey, I'm making changes, but you have to be consistent. It's like over a course of time because of the whole progression. Palace A said, Misty Love, I'll let you know because, you know, Pluto is transcending Aquarius for the next couple of years. So I always keep you guys informed. I appreciate that. Now, now here's another one. So I'll put it like this. Most of the time, Aquarius would rather have the whole friends first vibe situation. So they're not really quick to jump into a relationship, you know, because what would it involve? Emotions, clinginess, you know, commitment, and that in its nature. So the friends first vibe, it comes from their need to what? Their need to trust, see? Their need to trust in the mental connection before romance. See, they got to trust you mentally first. That's cold-blooded because it's like, damn, it's a sudden change that happens because if you don't mentally stimulate them in any type of way that they would like, they're not messing with you. Nope. And see, that's why they put the romance last. It's like they like to do the friends first. They like to get to know you because at any time it could be a sudden change. So anytime you are like courting, or hey, maybe you want to get to know an Aquarius, always remember that sudden change is almost like it's like night and day. So they can instantly change their mind overnight, in a minute, 2 minutes, an hour, and ain't nothing you could do about it. It's like, damn, it happened that fast. Just as fast as you guys are friends is the fast as it could become like ugly. See, it's like, damn, we was just cool yesterday. Then all of a sudden, that Aquarius is my enemy now. It's like, damn, now we into it. See, because Aquarius loves to challenge. They love challenges. That's why you find a lot of Aquarius going at it, but not in a bad way. They go at it with Aries because Aries brings that energy. It's like, yo, they be competing. They might be playing 2K, running it back, having tournaments, 1-on-1, 2v1, 2v3, going like 17, to 20 times. You like, damn, you ain't tired. Nope, because they love a challenge. See, now another thing is that, okay, so when I said that they detach to think, okay, it's because they need time to process without the whole emotional noise that comes with 2 or 3 people. Another thing is that clashing with Pisces in general, Aquarius shuts down during conflict now. And then with the Pisces, they need what? They need the emotional reassurance. So this would be one thing that leads from the clash. It's because the emotional mismatch here. So they have a different way of their, how they deal with love languages, how they express things. So where Aquarius might analyze their feelings and a Pisces feels them fully. Aquarius detaches quickly, where Pisces interpret, they interpret as rejection. So that's why the constant mismatch, that's the constant tension between the two, because soon as Aquarius detaches, then Pisces feels like, oh, you're rejecting me. Like, oh, they might take it into an emotional, situation. Or they might think it's related to it. Okay, that's why they're going to take it as rejection. Aquarius could go silent, then all of a sudden, a Pisces starts to overthink the silence. So that's why the clash happens. Aquarius could avoid emotional talks, where Pisces needs depth. See, Pisces needs to feel you. Pisces needs to feel where you're coming from to trust you. They can't just trust you off the rip. They can't go off of logic. They have to act, get to the deep guts of a situation below the surface. And see, Aquarius is going to avoid that. See, it's almost like there's going to be a shield there to prevent you from doing so. Aquarius likes to stay calm, where Pisces feels invalidated. See, like, okay, there you go. Yeah. So another thing is, let me see here. Okay, so another thing here is, so that's the emotional mismatch of it all. Okay, now the thing about it is that the stubbornness. Okay, so when Aquarius doesn't over explain things, then Pisces needs clarity, okay? Let's see. Missy said, I didn't want to come back. That's why it's so late and cord around my neck. Didn't want to come back. Damn, that's crazy. Why you say you didn't want to come back? Always said late Pisces. Okay, Palace said you might as well be Aries. You are on the line. Yeah, that's that cusp, kind of in such a way. Now, another thing is the sometimes there could be a fake energy, perceived, from which one acts. So Aquarius can act friendly, but emotionally unavailable. See, and that can come off fake to a Pisces. Now, another thing is that sometimes an Aquarius can treat everybody the same. See, and then a Pisces might want to, they might want to feel special to that Aquarius. Now, another thing is that remember I said with the laughter that comes from an Aquarius, sometimes a Pisces could, even if they observe an Aquarius, they might say, yo, damn, you smiling, but they could feel detached inside. See, so they could switch moods without warning. See, that's another thing. So it's a lot of switching and, going, coming and going, it's like the pace thing. So that a lot of that tends to be observed as fake. See, it's like a fake energy that Pisces will take it that way. Because they can disappear, but then come back like nothing happened. See, they can avoid accountability emotionally. They can deflect serious talks. We're talking about Aquarius here. They can say, oh, it's not that deep. They can say, maybe they might switch moods. They can switch moods. They can act cool when it's deep moments that occur. Another thing is Pisces reads all this energy from Aquarius as what? Sneaky. See, being sneaky. And it always feels like as you get to know your Aquarius friend, they always slam the door in your face as a Pisces. It's like when you remove the lid, it's like they put the lid back on there somehow, some way, somehow. It's like anytime you think you have gotten through with them, they show you something different. See? Now, why? Because Aquarius, they read a Pisces in such a way that what? They read a Pisces as what? Self-protection, okay? They read the behavior that Pisces sees within them. So this is a mismatch. And that's why you got to understand they don't go about it the same way. See? Now, another thing, and why I say that is because Aquarius, their behavior, they see that as self-protection. They're not going to, just because you open the lid doesn't mean they're going to give you they're not going to give you what's inside, if that makes sense. It's like, oh yeah, you pop the top on this, but guess what? There's no fluid. There's nothing for you. I'm not allowing you to get what you normally would get, if that makes sense. See? So that's why you can really think you got somewhere with them. Maybe you could think that you got through to them, and nope. They will switch up on you. See? They will go from, oh, acting cool, and you guys done had a deep conversation where, oh, what you're saying, it seems like, oh, they're not even listening to you. See? They're not even there with you. So what may feel like a friend it could be an enemy. See? Now the communication clashes is because Aquarius is blunt, where Pisces could take it personally. Aquarius points out flaws. Pisces could feel attacked. Aquarius could debate emotions, where Pisces wants empathy. Aquarius doesn't validate every feeling that they feel. See? And Aquarius can correct instead of comforting a person in a situation. Aquarius can joke during tension. See? They can also stay logical during heartbreak. So this is why, hey, you guys can be breaking up over the Aquarius cheating. Because guess what? Aquarius can actually like leave town and not tell you. Like an Aquarius could, like, listen, Aquarius is the type that could pack his bags and go out of town to see his father and won't even include you on that trip, let alone tell you that he's even going. Could you be like, damn, you just snuck out and just went out to see your father, and he probably won't call until he's he probably won't call to let you know where he's at until he's on his way back. It's like, dude, you went out, you went to go see your father, you didn't even include the family, you didn't include your wife. And he's like, nope, this was a me trip, and hey, I'm on my way back home. It's like, oh, you mother ever. It's like, what the hell? And you could assume that he was cheating on you. You might think that, damn, what, he must have went with another woman if he didn't include you. And it's like, this is just the way he is. He doesn't like to have the whole everybody come with, you see? He's more about self over a group setting. Another thing is Aquarius doesn't always reassure you. So this is why you're kind of in limbo and confused whether or not you guys are friends or not, because they're not gonna reassure you that, oh, we're cool and this is why. Nope. Now, why is this? Because Aquarius, they minimize the emotional intensity. See, anyway. And another thing is that when it comes to trust and transparency issues that happen between Aquarius and Pisces, Aquarius keeps private thoughts hidden. Aquarius doesn't overshare. Aquarius has many connections, many friendships. So Pisces they can feel insecure. See, Aquarius can value independence over exclusivity. Aquarius avoids clinginess. See, they don't chase, as we mentioned. They pull back under pressure. And this is why it's like anytime you think you got them, you don't. See, and what I mean by you got them is like into a situation where they must express their emotions or feelings. Nope. They won't allow you to, okay? So when this happens, Pisces can interpret all of this as what? Aquarius being emotionally sneaky. See, now the emotional intensity gap between the two of them, because Pisces feels everything deeply, Aquarius filters emotionally their emotions. So this is why they make sure that they don't react or say anything related or you know in expression to their emotions, in other words. Now, what does Pisces want? They want merging. See, Aquarius wants individuality. Pisces seeks emotional bonding. Aquarius seeks intellectual bonding. Pisces needs reassurance. Aquarius assumes trust is enough. And Pisces wants vulnerability. Aquarius guards vulnerability. That's why Pisces doesn't trust Aquarius, because you have to be somewhat vulnerable to have a meaningful friendship, let alone relationship, even a marriage. You have to be somewhere vulnerable to have a real connection. See, that's how Pisces feels, is that if I don't know how, if you don't allow yourself to be somewhere vulnerable, I would never know how you really feel about me or whatever the situation is, right? Now, another thing is that, see this, now what I'm gonna spaz out about is this, okay? Drink some water, you guys. Now, the thing about it is, okay, a Pisces would not flat out just snap out on Aquarius, right? Because, listen, a Pisces can a Pisces can mirror the energy of Aquarius very easily. They can end the cycle, right? The pattern, because that's the pattern. A Pisces watches the mouse come out of where it's hiding, gets on the, drinks a little water, snoops around back and forth, paces back and forth, gets on the rat wheel, does the rat dance, and then all of a sudden, a Pisces notices the pattern, right? So Pisces, when they're trying to speak to or converse with the Aquarius, a Pisces can feel unheard repeatedly with an Aquarius. It's almost like you're talking to a television that is showing you and projecting onto you an image, and it's like, it feels as though there's a human interaction, but there's not. Because Aquarius literally is like, we're just gonna keep it a buck. Aquarius have been known to be like the Jetsons, okay? So it's like, you don't even feel like you're dealing with a real individual. If that makes sense. Because they're not wired to explain things. They're not wired to express emotions. They're not wired to understand where you're coming from, or just to give you a little feedback. If you say, maybe you might have an opinion and you start to expound on a subject with that Aquarius. Unfortunately, it will be lots of delays and awkward responses to where by the time you finish your sentence, you're like, yo, you know what I'm saying? And Aquarius is like, man, I need a back rub. It's like, yo, you weren't listening to nothing that I said. It's like, what? And this will keep going with a person like a Pisces and an Aquarius. You will constantly feel unheard. But here's the thing. Pisces, if you get tired of this, do not try to chase the Aquarius down for answers, or, hey, try to make them, respect you, or, hear you out. You have to just leave them alone. You just got to leave. Just let them go. Cut it off. That's what you're good at. Cut it off. And you still end the cycle because you're like, okay, you don't want to, participate. You don't want to, talk about something with me, hear me out. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna cut you off block. You going to the chopping block, right? Pisces feels emotionally lonely when they're dealing with an Aquarius. See? It's like everything you're feeling, it's like, damn, that you will feel the separation. You will feel the distancing. You will feel the difference. It's like, yo, this person cannot feel. See? Is this even real? Am I really dealing or, speaking with a human being? Because listen, that they might actually have cut off the human experience, because that's considered the norm. So they're not going to react. They're not going to even behave in such a way that makes you think that it's real. See? Now, a Pisces definitely senses the emotional distancing because it feels like social distancing, the one we just went through. It's like, yo, they don't want to talk to you. So you are left with a question mark of, are we cool or are we not? See? And that's the Pisces logic at that, even activated in the moment. They're like, yo, are we even cool? Like, are we still cool? And you as a Pisces will frequently ask yourself that. Now, why? Because a Pisces feels invalidated. See, when this happens, a Pisces absorbs the attention silently. And that's why Pisces knows that it's something going on, because it's in the Aquarius nature to what? Cause a sudden change, to disrupt the norm. And see, a Pisces can give chances quietly. They might say, okay, well, I'll let him slide this time. See, he done already went AWOL. He done already hung up on me. She done left me, whatever the situation. So a Pisces could give chances quietly, but here's the thing. A Pisces also reaches a breaking point, see? And what ends up happening is a Pisces will feel unprioritized by the Aquarius, and then that's when the Pisces will stop investing in emotions, okay? A Pisces realizes that they're emotionally investing more than the Aquarius is, giving back, see? So that's when the explosion happens between Pisces and Aquarius, because a Pisces will trigger an Aquarius, see? Because Neptune, when you look at it from a planetary experience, when Uranus goes against Neptune, what do you think Neptune does to Uranus? It confuses it, see? It confuses it because you have an emotional being of a Pisces, but see, a Pisces can transcend, a Pisces can evolve into not giving a damn, see? No fuss given, to where you go from caring to not giving a damn, and it's no coming back from it. So the difference is that Aquarius might temporarily distance themselves to think, to reset themselves, but they might come back, see? So that's why it feels like, oh, we're still cool. But I'm here to tell you that doesn't mean that they're your friend. That doesn't mean just because they left and came back, y'all cool. That's where you mess up at, thinking that, oh, they needed a breather. When all along they don't consider themselves to be committed to anyone or just anyone. See, because they have multiple connections. That's why we call them the Jetsons. Everybody remember the cartoon The Jetsons? And it was like the Jetsons were connected to everybody, everything. It's like even if they was to get lost and go outside, they would find friends, they would find people, other people to talk to. See, so you got to pay attention to how they move, you see, and how they interact. Now, another thing is that a Pisces can feel misread by an Aquarius. So going back to the explosion. Now, the real truth here is the fact that Pisces doesn't, listen, a Pisces ain't gonna just spaz out randomly. I'm not gonna just get on here and just go off randomly on some basic stuff, okay? It's the buildup of the emotions quietly. See, when it's quietly done, because you know something is wrong. When you're a Pisces and you're trying to get to know an Aquarius, just off the mere fact of how they behave, you know something is wrong between the two of you. See, because it's not normal. But why I'm telling you it's not normal is because they are there to disrupt the norm anyway. So that's why it's instant tension when you are dealing with them. See, so this way you're not surprised next time it happens. Aquarius, they don't mean to be fake. See, we can't accuse them. They don't mean to be fake. Here's what's happening. They're protecting themselves with detachment and logic. It's cold-blooded, see? And you don't even realize it. They are, listen, they are so hip to detachment that it could be any little thing and they're going to leave. It could be, oh, put a pizza in the oven, then go to the liquor store and go to the grocery store to go grocery shopping. While they have a pizza in the oven, it's like, damn, you just gonna leave? You just put the pizza in and just dipped. You ain't gonna, hey, you gonna burn up the thing. But it's the craziest thing is they come back just in time, so the pizza's ready. And it's like they went and did 4 or 5 different things and came back, and everything's still good. They just detached. That's in their nature to leave. A sudden change of events, just up and they're gone. See. Another thing is Pisces being a water sign in itself, okay? We got to look at the element here. So water wants emotional merging by nature, okay? So it's in you to always want a merging, a connection to happen, all right? Now, air sign such as Aquarius wants what? Space and clarity. Space and clarity, okay? Now, when those are in the line, what ends up happening is it can feel like betrayal. See, even if it's just a different wiring of how one is made. See, so that's why you know that just based off your element, it's not going to be a match, because the space and clarity, that's a lot of moving around. A lot of, like, what's his name said, like, it's ADHD. It's a lot of moving around, a lot of, it's not so much pivoting and standing still and thinking in one space. They're being, they're using the whole self and, hey, just moving around, going, here to there, like the Jetsons. It's like to the point where you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're thinking. So it's going to trigger your emotional reasoning as a Pisces anyway, because you're a water sign and they are an air sign. Now, when we put Pisces versus Aquarius, who wins between Pisces versus Aquarius? Okay, because this matchup, it isn't about just dominance, you guys. Okay, it's about the advantage. See, in different arenas, they have you have a water sign, mutable water sign versus what? A fixed air sign. So in arguments, is logic versus emotions, and Aquarius uses what? They use wins verbally. See, that's how they win. When they win with a Pisces, it's usually done verbally. It's not done emotionally. So the thing about it is, Aquarius might stay calm, detached, in a sense, and logical. But here's the thing: they don't get flustered easily like a Pisces would. See, so a Pisces can argue from emotion and intuition. So if the Aquarius stays cold, in a sense, a Pisces can look reactive. See, So that's why on the surface of things, Aquarius might look like the winner. Notice I said look like the winner in a sense. But when it comes to the emotional depth, a Pisces wins. I'm going to tell you why. Because a Pisces understands the emotional nuisance, the tone shifts, the shifts in energy, the unspoken energy. That's what you can't see. The Aquarius may analyze the feelings, but Pisces feels them. And see, the very thing that Aquarius does by not feeling the emotion is actually their weakness. So this is why they can have fake friends around and won't even know it. See, because they don't want to feel emotions. So they don't even know if they're even around hidden enemies, open enemies, fake people, because Aquarius would treat you and other friends the same. It's cold-blooded because listen, them treating you the same anyway, it's almost like they don't have to feel emotions, because every friend, from friend to friend, they're going to treat friends in the same way, the same sense, detached, spaced out, and they're still going to get the clarity. So this is why you got to look at the exaltation, you know, where Uranus, with Uranus, because Uranus, listen, an Aquarius is a genius by nature. It's a reason why they could just come out, you know, bring shit out of their ass and make shit happen and make big things happen, to where it's like, yo, what a great idea. Because they are the pioneers of the Zodiac, the first one to start something, see? And then it's like, yo, they're the ones that started it. Then it's like someone else come with it's like the trendsetter, okay? Now, and also the disruptor at the same time. So when another thing to watch out for is that Pisces understands the emotional undercurrent. See, that's the pattern, the illusion. See, now in detachment battles, because as you know, Pisces can use detachment as well, but they detach in different ways. So an Aquarius wins by the silent war, where Pisces can detach too. But when it comes to Aquarius winning the silent war, they could be the difference is that they can detach faster, okay, mentally. They won't beg and they won't chase. So just by them pulling back and just being able to mentally detach faster than Pisces, that's what you know, it's like it's cold-blooded here. Because why? Even though a Pisces can detach too, but only after processing everything first, where Aquarius can just snap out of something quick. See, they could be wham bam gone, good night. See, now let me see, Palace said my team lead is Aquarius sun, February 1st. She tries to be nice, but she knows I haven't forgotten what she said. See, yes, the thing, like, but like, you just got to be careful, because Aquarius can they can really trick you, because it's hard to tell where you stand with them. Like, they can still be nice to you, meaning they'll still do things for you. Maybe they'll bring you, you know, maybe go get your coffee for you, offer, you know, certain little gestures. But it's not for you. It's not for you to take it like, oh, we're so damn cool, in a sense. It's like, yo, they just did that because they were just, hey, they wanted to do something for you. You just got to take it with a grain of salt. But it's like, they could be the one to help you and then cuss you out at the same time. They could be the one to help you and then write you up. They could be the one to help you and then fire you. It's like, damn, you ain't even see it coming, because the emotions, see, they're detached from the emotions. So it's far from fake. It's far from you know, any type of expression emotionally, because it's not even tied to emotions or why they do this. See, it protects what? Their space and their clarity. See? So it's like you just can't look at, oh, what they've done. You have to look at the whole picture. You have to look at how they see the world. You got to look at it in a more deeper sense, see, because of those undercurrents. See? And they don't like to use feelings, see? There's power in honing in. There's power in feeling things. See? You don't know if something feels good until what? It enters. See that? Like, until you penetrate something, you will never know how it feels. So how can someone say, oh man, damn, you know, how does that cat feel to you, man? Is it good to you? Like, what do I have to do to feel that same experience? It's like, well, dude, I don't know. maybe you should start feeling for a change, and then you will realize that there's no need for a sudden change. So why disrupt the moment when you can actually feel good for a change? But Aquarius ain't trying to hear that shit. And see, another thing is because another thing, they don't look at the whole relationship as a romantic situation. Like, even if they sleep with you, they're more prone to sleep with a friend first, see? Because that was just mentally stimulating for them. But oh, if it turned into a love, commitment, we're together, oh, hell no, they're not even gonna want to do that, see? Now, another thing is, and who leaves the bigger impact when it comes to Pisces and Aquarius? Well, usually it's Pisces, because Aquarius, they may move on logically, but Pisces, what? They leave an emotional imprint that lingers. Remember, I said the most important thing here, if you get into it with a Pisces, even if you win the fight, see, a Pisces wins the war, because listen, the Pisces leaves that lingering imprint. It's almost like a ghost. It's like Candyman. It's like something that's left behind that still haunts you. See, that still bothers you, that still keeps you up at night thinking. Because it's like, you might think, oh, I whooped this Pisces, but I whooped their butt during the day. We had a fight. I gave them 2 black eyes, but then they give you 2 black eyes. In a karmic way, it's more like, oh, what you can't see. And it's like, oh, they gave you restless nights awake. You see, to rob you of your sleep, of your REM sleep. So it's like, yeah, Pisces, you might beat them up physically, but then a Pisces ends up beating you where you can't see it coming, to where you might, you could have a stroke out of nowhere. Next thing you know, you're not sleeping right, you're not eating right. So a Pisces kid, they can literally hurt you, but it's like their presence is hurting you. See, it's lingering. It's like a ghost that keeps on tormenting you and hunting you. All right. Now, the thing about it is, Aquarius, they may not show it. So what end up happening is that they'll think about the Pisces when that whole imprint lingers. The Aquarius, they might not show that it's bothering them when this is happening, okay? But they'll think about Pisces longer than they would admit it, okay? Now, in the long-term compatibility, no one wins in this sense, because, okay, either they learn from each other's, languages for the love language, or they both just lose trying. Because it's like a fight that constantly ends in a draw, because, like I say, both they lose trying to prove a point if they were to just keep going at it. So when we have air versus water, it only works when Aquarius softens up. See, that's the only way a relationship or a friendship is going to work with a Pisces and an Aquarius. And a Pisces, you have to toughen up to be with the Aquarius. See, because Aquarius is ruthless by nature. They're naturally, wired like that. So the real answer here is that Aquarius wins control and Pisces wins connection here. But if it turns toxic, then the real winner is whoever chooses peace first. See? So that's the whole key in that in itself. Now, if a Pisces and Aquarius break up, and those of you in the chat, you probably can attest to this. So who will regret it more? Well, emotionally, a Pisces will feel it first, but then as they replay the memories, they may miss the connection between them and the Aquarius. They question that, oh, maybe what if I overreacted in a sense, okay? But here's the twist, because even though the Aquarius may not feel it right then there in the moment, they end up feeling it later, see? And how is this? Because at first Aquarius goes into logic mode. So they may ask themselves, maybe hypothetically speaking, they might say to themselves, oh, it wasn't working with the Pisces. We're too different. It's for the best of us that we separate, so they could detach mentally. But weeks and weeks have passed by, sometimes months later, when the whole noise dies down, it's also like, oh, it may not be loud, it might not be like dramatic, but they'll have that quiet realization that, oh man, damn, I really feel that Pisces. Like I really feel them them bothering me. I really feel the situation weeks later. That's why I say a Pisces can leave that long, lingering imprint on others, not just an Aquarius, okay? Because why? Aquarius, they hate delayed emotions. See? They hate it. So they hate feeling something later on as it happens. Now, who comes back first in the breakup? Usually the Aquarius reaches out first, believe it or not. Why is this? Because a Pisces won't. Remember I said the ending of a cycle. I'm going to do a video about the ending of cycles. The Pisces, when they're done, they're done. They cannot go back. It's almost like your soul has been, buried. It's like your body has died, and it's like you're sitting in a coffin. Once that coffin closes, a Pisces is done. D-O-N-E. They're done for life. It's not like, oh, we can ever be friends again. Once a Pisces has made their mind up that, oh, your cycle must end, we're not cool no more, they're done with you for life. You will never, ever get that same Pisces that you once had. And that's why a Pisces leaves that long-lasting imprint. See? Because it's like, how could someone be emotionally invested just to leave? Like nothing, like the whole situation never was real to begin with, okay? So when it comes to a Pisces not reaching out, why? Because once a Pisces feels emotionally drained or unvalued, they retreat. They're gone. Poof, be gone. They retreat fully. So even though a Pisces may miss you, they asses is not. even if a Pisces misses you, they will not break their pride. They will not bend or fold. Nope. They're not going to give another chance, even though, yeah, they might think about you from time to time. They're not going to go back. Now, Aquarius, on the other hand, they get curious. Remember, curiosity killed the cat. See, Aquarius they get curious about the whole breakup, the whole situation in a nutshell, and they wonder what you're doing. Remember, I told you, in Aquarius, they don't stop observing. They are the silent observers. They are constantly observing, even after the breakup. Years later, they're still thinking about you. And this is the thing. You will suddenly get a call from Aquarius, and it's out of nowhere. Remember the Jetsons. It's like, yo, hey, how you doing? Is dinner ready? It's like, yo, we ain't been together since 2006. Now you calling me in 2008. That situation been dead and over with. But that's the thing. Why? Because Aquarius, they hate unfinished energy. Man, it's cold-blooded. See? Why do they hate unfinished energy? Because they didn't disrupt it. Oh my God. They want to control the energy of which it flows. That's why they detach. Man, listen, you ever see Aquarius holding a bowl full of water and pouring it? Well, why do you think that happens? That's the energy. See? The energy, they need that for innovation, to stay different. See? And the thing about it is, in order, they want to be the ones to put the nail in the coffin. The problem is that even though the Pisces processes things first, is a Pisces doing that for themselves, or the intuition is already 10 steps ahead? Cold-blooded. See? Remember I said Neptune confuses Uranus. And it causes what? Delays emotionally. It's cold-blooded because it knows that Aquarius doesn't want to feel things, because that's the fear. Oh, damn, I thought that you didn't express emotions, Aquarius. But you fear emotions. See that? See, you got to understand like how things work. So even though if a Pisces doesn't use logic, that's because a Pisces doesn't use the same. Listen, a Pisces goes about logic in a different way. It's not that they're not a logical sign or, hey, that they don't reason that way. They do. They're just smart enough not to overdo it, because a Pisces knows once they're done, they're done. There is no curiosity. That's going ass backwards. So this is why you get in trouble when you're too rebellious, or you're too withholding of this, trying to distance yourself rather than talk a situation out emotionally, or to feel a thing out first. See? So with that being said, Aquarius might reach out to a Pisces. They might say, oh, hey, and then all of a sudden ask a random question, okay? Or they might just check in with the Pisces. Casual, neutral, pretending like nothing happened. And that's what irritates a Pisces, is why are you acting like nothing happened? You detach for clarity and to reset yourself, and then you come back like nothing happened. I'm going to tell you why this happens. It's because the Aquarius, the ego is here. Acting unbothered is the ego of Aquarius. Why does Pisces pour this out of Aquarius so quickly? Because Aquarius understands that they do not have control over the energy between them and the Pisces. See, what they can't disrupt the energy because they don't even have it. They can't even listen. They don't even. It's like they have to see it first. Pisces don't have to see the energy. Pisces just feels the energy shift before Aquarius does. See, this is why I tell you, you think Pisces is soft until you think it's soft until they let you down to a soft blanket to go to sleep. Good night. See that? And here's the thing. Who wins when it comes to no contact, okay? Short-term Aquarius wins. Long-term Pisces wins. Now, the reason why is because Pisces transforms. People keep forgetting. See, people don't understand the whole story of Pisces, how Pisces were made in the first place. People assume that Pisces is soft because listen, people assume that Pisces is soft because Pisces puts that illusion out there. See? Because Pisces knows that someone's going to believe what they see. The first thing they see, Pisces knows that someone is going to fall for the first thing they see. You know how they say, get a second opinion, don't go with the first thing someone tells you? Pisces knows that someone's going to fall for that. Pisces knows that, oh, someone's going to fall for the okie doke and not question it. And then all of a sudden, once they go into that illusion, they never come back. What happened to Tim and his crew, the construction crew? They were digging for gold, only to what? Dig a big enough hole for themselves to never be found again. See, that's how powerful and destructive those illusions are. But you want to know the craziest thing? A Pisces has enough compassion to hope that you don't even fall for the illusion, because it always outweighs a facade at the end of the day. Now, Aquarius struggles with vulnerability, as we stated. But here's the thing, going back to the short-term, long-term, what I was talking about, because I lost my trail of thought. But yeah, Aquarius can distance themselves quickly. Going back to a Pisces transforming, a lot of people don't even realize that a Pisces can do this. Maybe you should ask a Scorpio. But see, once a Pisces heals, they transform. They don't go back to the same version of love. So that's why they can't go back. See, every time a Pisces breaks up with somebody, it's over. Because listen, a Pisces cannot go back to the same version of love. They evolve. They transform into transcendence. See, they don't go back to the same version of love. Now, the real truth here is that Aquarius struggles with vulnerability. Pisces struggles with detachment, because Pisces is all about merging. So who regrets it more? It all depends on who felt misunderstood, who felt unappreciated, who truly invested deeper than the other. And see, but if a Pisces felt emotionally alone in a sense, they won't come back. They won't come back. And if Aquarius realizes that they lost someone rare, they'll think about it for a long time. See, why would you think about it when you had it in your pocket? Oh, I get it, because you didn't want to have a pocket. You wanted pants without pockets. See, you can't be too different, because then you'll be left with nothing. See, when you detach and go far out for so long, you become lost. because you're disconnected from what? The world. See how you dissolve yourself, and it's like you're doing it out of your own rebellious nature, to where it's like you did it to yourself. So you're lost automatically by default. So now you're at a disadvantage. You're wearing pants with no pockets. So even if a gem was to come to you, a diamond in the rough, you wouldn't even collect it. See, because you're not a part of the collective. You're a part of your own collective conscience. See, it hit different. Now, the thing about it is, when it comes to who is more detached, okay, going back to this, is the fact that the detachment of an Aquarius is visible. So you can see it. This is cold-blooded, you guys. You can see it. Why? Because they process their emotions mentally first. They can separate feelings from decisions. They don't panic when space is needed, and they walk away without dramatic displays. See? But here's the thing. Pisces detached is different. A Pisces feels everything out first. A Pisces absorbs the pain first. A Pisces tries to fix it, then disappears once what? Once the emotions are done. Once it's emotionally done, they're done with it. See, when a Pisces detaches, this is the difference. It's final. See, when Aquarius detaches, you can see it. It's like, oh, they process emotions mentally first. It's like, but then when a Pisces does it, why it's different is because a Pisces is done. So it means, hey, I'm not just leaving to come back. I'm leaving and never returning. See? So what does this do? When a Pisces detaches and when it's final, it takes longer. That's the difference. It's cold-blooded. See that? So it's like, oh, an Aquarius does it quickly. A Pisces detaches, but like I say, it takes longer. And here's the thing. Because the surface level detachment is what Aquarius does. The silent, permanent detachment is what Pisces does. So who is more smarter between an intellectual and analytical smart when it comes, between Pisces and Aquarius? Well, it all depends on the intelligence from the two. Aquarius is future-oriented, innovative, strategic, sees patterns logically, thinks outside the box. Aquarius intelligence is unconventional and forward-thinking, okay? Where Pisces is more emotional, intuitive, smart, okay? Pisces, they read people instantly. They feel the shifts in energy. They understand unspoken emotions, and they predict behavior through what? Intuition. So Pisces intelligence is emotional and spiritual. The real answer here is this. Aquarius is more mentally detached. Pisces is more emotionally intelligent. See? So Aquarius is logically sharp. Pisces is intuitively sharp. And see, if you put them into a debate, Aquarius. See that? If you put them into a debate, Aquarius. See, if you put them into a room reading people, then it's Pisces. Pisces is the master expert at reading people. Pisces is the Professor Xavier of X-Men. See? But it's not with mutants, it's with people, with human beings. So when you look at Pisces, a Pisces can get to know somebody for 16 seconds and know everything about that person and how they're wired, why they behave the way they do, why they talk the way they do, why they dress the way they do. And it's almost like unbelievable because a Pisces will literally adjust to what they're feeling. So they know you're a certain type of way. A Pisces like, yo, I gotta switch up my demeanor. I gotta switch up my energy to match theirs. See? Because a Pisces must merge. See? In order to what? Connect. Pisces is automatically, naturally connected to everything that moves. See? That goes for animals. That goes to even the squirrels want to meet you, Pisces. They like, yo, they ain't even, listen, a squirrel will come down from his nest and you ain't even make no noise, Pisces. You could literally just be standing outside on the porch and they'll come up and say, sir, what's your name? Hey, my name is such and such. Nice to meet you. And you like, hey, damn, this squirrel done got real close up on me. I remember one time I seen a squirrel on my damn tire. And I got literally super close to the squirrel. I'm like, damn, he ain't even run. He didn't flinch. He didn't do nothing. He just stayed there. I had to literally like kick the tire and tell him to get off the damn tire. But it's just because everything wants to get close to you. Everything. You are a magnet for people and connections. Pisces, every time you go somewhere, somebody wants to meet you. It could be a man that's homeless, that's way off in the corner somewhere. He will find himself to you and just start talking. I remember I offered a homeless man some pizza. You know what this man told me? He said, I don't eat pepperoni. I said, well, I'll be damned. If you are a picky eater to not have nothing and you talking about what you, I'm like, man, you either gonna take the damn pizza or not. You could pick the pepperonis off of it. He's like, oh no, I don't eat pepperoni. I really could care less for the pepperoni. I'd rather go for cheese or, you know, sausage. I'm like, look, man, this is not you gonna pick today, okay? You either gonna take this damn pizza or I told him, just take it and maybe just take it and maybe you'll change your mind later. Maybe if it ain't nothing else to eat, your ass gonna eat this pepperoni pizza, okay? But anyway, getting back to the thing. All right, so another thing, just know when it comes to different forms of smart, different forms of detachment here with Pisces and Aquarius. Now, now if you're trying to visualize this, the Aquarius detachment looks like a calm, quiet, emotionally unavailable, logical, unbothered, and can switch off very fast, okay? That's what you will see when you're dealing with an Aquarius. Appreciate that, Real Beauty. Appreciate that gift. Another thing is, why do they do it? Because this is a question that a subscriber asked me about. Why does an Aquarius detach? Like, why? What does it look like? Okay, so they do this to regain control. I'm gonna tell you, this is what we call sneaky. If you want to know who invented sneakiness, a lot of people would think it was Aquarius. Because you do not know that once they feel like they've lost control of the narrative, it looks like you have taken the floor. It could be so many different reasons that Aquarius is like, yo, I'm gonna detach. Because maybe you're doing something too well, and this is why they get accused as being the spirit shooter. See? Because it's like you feel challenged when they detach from you. It's like, yo, damn, we was talking about video games, and I was just telling them about my record. I was telling them how I was elite, try hard, you know, whatever it was, and maybe it's some good things you were just expounding on. Next, you know, the Aquarius just hangs up on you, cuts you off. Fine. The worst thing I've ever seen an Aquarius do was detach and literally hung the phone up on me. And then when I tried to call back, they were like, oh, something's going on with my phone. I got to call the service and, you know, get my phone situated. I'm like, what the hell? But it was like I totally lost my trail of thought. Like, we were just talking about the game, and then all of a sudden this person just like cut the cord on me. So it's in these moments where they could detach because they want to regain control. Why? Because Aquarius hates feeling emotionally overwhelmed. So could you imagine you're annoying an Aquarius with information about your job, how a fight went on between you and your mom, or hey, a squirrel stole your chocolate chip cookies off the dinner table, and it's like you don't see the Aquarius emotions. They don't allow you to. So you will never know that they're overwhelmed. They'll just hang up on you. See, to disrupt the energy of which they feel. So that's why it's dangerous, because I didn't even know you were irritated. I didn't know you were overwhelmed. You didn't even say it. They're not going to. They must control the energy. So that's why, even though you Pisces, you feel the energy shift, this is why they might come back, because, you Pisces will just be like, yo, damn, if you needed space, that's all you had to say. If you got razzled or dazzled, you could have just said that. Aquarius ain't going to want you to say that because it's the truth. they don't even want to let you know that you were right. So they're going to act unbothered like, no, my phone, I got to call my service and see, you know, my minutes. Maybe I ran out of minutes or something. And you're like, you can just get confused like, yo, it's obvious you hung up in my face. You could have just told me. Obviously, something was wrong. See, so that's why you have to know that, Pisces, and stand on that. Don't fall for the sob story. Now, the detachment of an Aquarius, it helps them what? It helps them think clearly again. See, this is how they process their emotions. This is how they get it together. They get their mind together with the clarity. This is why it's space and clarity. They create space to what? Decipher things. See? And this is how they, if they're overwhelmed, this is how they deal with their emotions, by disappearing. Okay? Now, to avoid drama as well. Because why? They believe reacting emotionally will what? Fuel the chaos. So they may remove themselves from the whole equation. They also do it to protect their independence, okay? So if they feel smothered, pressured, or controlled, they pull away instantly. Another thing they do with the detachment is to process things logically, okay? So they may need mental space to what? To analyze what is actually happening. Now, they may also do this to compartmentalize their emotions. They can separate love from logic once they decide that something isn't aligned, and they detach mentally from it, okay? So the whole truth of it all is that Aquarius detaches to protect their mind and freedom. Now, ask yourself, how is this done? It's done strategically. It's cold-blooded. Now, do you see how smart they are? Logically, how could you get into a situation, not show no emotion, then switch it up, detach emotionally? It's like them walking inside of the house, locking the door, turning all the lights off, and then going to bed just like that. Mentally quick. That's why you got to be mentally quick when you're dealing with them. Because if you slow, it's like, damn, it's like you won't even realize what just happened, and they're already 10 steps ahead. But here's the difference. Instead of 10 steps ahead, they're 10 thoughts ahead. It's cold-blooded. See, and this is the thing. When it comes to a Pisces detachment here, okay, what this looks like is a quiet withdrawal, okay? So let's say a Pisces goes to the bank and does a silent withdrawal, where they just put the money through the tube and get the money, and hey, they're gone, right? Now, this is why nobody realizes see, this is why nobody can find the Pisces. See, they're good at escaping a situation quietly. Now, they may also emotionally shut down. When they detach, they may, they may stop speaking. Note, so it's less communication, disappearing after trying, coldness after warmth. See, so why does a Pisces detach? It's because of the emotional overload. Remember I said you should try it someday at Culver's, the emotional overload. It's like a new flavor, right? I'm kidding, but yeah, Pisces absorbs everything. So when it becomes too heavy, a Pisces will shut down. Now, the feelings can be unheard of why a Pisces detaches as well. And if they don't feel emotionally understood by someone or a situation, they slowly withdraw. Now, they may also detach to protect their heart. So they may give chances, but only once they feel repeatedly hurt, okay? So they detach to what? Survive. Now, the intuition is confirmed as well here, see? So a Pisces must detach to what? Hear from the intuition. And see, when a Pisces knows something is off, they pull back. So when it comes to a Pisces being emotionally exhausted, they will feel like, oh, I tried. Maybe they felt like they've explained the situation thoroughly to you. They may have hoped for the best. And hey, they just give up quietly, see? So that's how you know a Pisces has detached from the situation to what? Protect their heart and their peace. But the difference here is it's emotional, see? So when I said about the Aquarius that it was strategic, it's considered a strategy. It's used as a strategy when they detach, but when a Pisces detach, it's done emotionally. Now, the core difference here is Aquarius, they detach first, see? Then they feel things later. Pisces feels things first, then detaches later, see? So Pisces has the what? I'm tired of feeling this type of attitude. See? And then they're done. So that's why they become curious later. See? Because they do it backwards. So the biggest clash here is that when the Aquarius pulls away, Pisces feels rejected. See? That could be in a friendship, relationship, marriage, doesn't matter. When a Pisces reacts emotionally, Aquarius feels overwhelmed. See? So both detached, but for completely different reasons, all right? Now, they do it because of survival. Now, another thing is, I'm going to tell y'all a story, a true story here, okay, of an Aquarius. Now, growing up, I had several Aquarius friends, right? Okay, I had to been like 17, 16, 17, 18 years old. And this true story. Now, man, this is just sharing this is bringing back memories, you guys. And it's just like I say, okay, so I'll tell you guys, I had a Taurus girlfriend back then. She was about, we both was like 16, 17, around that age. And she had stole money from her mother and got put out temporarily. So she ended up staying with me at my grandmother's house. So it was like, you know, it was cool for me because I'm like, yo, got some cheeks next to me every night, so I can hit them cheeks at grandma's house, right? And I worked a little regular type of, you know, clothing store was called Marshall's. I worked there and whatnot, so, you know, that was the situation. But here's the problem. I had Aquarius friends that lived in that lived on the same block. Right across the street was an Aquarius. Next door was an Aquarius and a Pisces, and then there was a Capricorn friend right next door to me. So we're all like literally across the street and like one house over type of deal, right? So friends came over one day, knocked on the door. I'm all like lovey-dovey. I'm like clingy as hell to the Taurus. Mind you, I got rising Scorpio, so that didn't make it no better. And next thing you know, I'm like literally like, after I get off work, I'm literally going to get her from work. And then we going home and I'm literally just trying to like smash every damn day, all day. And some may call it, you know, being whipped or whatnot, but I wasn't whipped. I was just like trying to just get in there every day, all day long, right? Unfortunately, my friends realized my absence. Remember I said you leave, as a Pisces, you leave a long-lasting imprint that lingers with people. So even if you hang out with friends from the day-to-day, they're gonna notice they're gonna notice you missing. Like, yo, where is such and such? We ain't seen him. He ain't been outside. He ain't been going to the corner store with us. He ain't been playing cans with us. He ain't been hooping with us like he used to. But now they realize, oh, you done got some sugar cookies. Oh, I like to have one. You ain't even, you know, you ain't offer me none. And see, back then, growing up, you know, a lot of guys would like to share women. They call them flippers. You know, it's like a lot of times people want to F on the girl that, you know, it's like they want a piece of the pie. And it's like, oh, they want to call you, you know, whipped or whatnot because you're in the house with the girl all cooped up in the house and you ain't coming outside to hoop and do things that you used to do. They expect you to bring the girl outside with you. So here's the thing. The Aquarius next door, me and him wasn't really cool like that anyway. It was just I was cool with his Pisces brother. So the Capricorn next door was more friends with the Aquarius than me. See, but we were still considered friends, but not like in the same way as with each other. So these guys come to the door, knock, knock, knock. And my ex-girlfriend, you know, now she's my ex-girlfriend, but the girlfriend at the time, she looks out the window. She has booty shorts on, like a small little tank top, you know, revealing her breast or whatnot a little bit, not showing them, but just like kind of a little bit too much going on. She's like, oh, Trey, your friends are outside. I'm like, so? In my mind, I'm like, they could just keep knocking. Eventually, they'll get tired. They're throwing rocks at the window, trying to get my attention. And she's like, yo, they're throwing rocks at the window. She was like, maybe we should go open the door for them. I'm like, nah, not you looking like that. You gonna have to go put some clothes on. Like, nope. Don't you know? Like, literally, I had left the room only to come back to all my friends walking through the front door. She let them in. And I'm looking like, why did you open the door and let them in? They're all in the living room and like, oh, this is where you've been hiding. Oh, I see what's going on. I'm like, oh, hell no. Nah. Then Aquarius had the nerve to say, oh, let's match. He like, yo, he want to roll up a blunt. And he like, yo, let's match. And then all of a sudden she like, oh yeah, I want to match. And yeah, you got some bud and you got some, she want to smoke with him. Then, the Capricorn and Aquarius, they getting too comfortable to have just met her. But she was like, she was purty though. She wasn't she was fine, and she was literally like just doing too much. And I was getting mad. I'm talking about mad, like on some just jealous mad type. I was like, yo, y'all, So literally, the dude, the Aquarius rolled up the weed. He rolled up the blunt. And then he passed it to her, like, and she grabbed it and just started smoking like she cool with them and stuff. So I'm like, I said, man, take your ass upstairs. You doing too much. Like, take that, you done came down. You trying to show off them. You want that much attention. I'm snapping. Like, I told her to go upstairs. And literally, she went upstairs like, oh, my God. Like, damn, I can't even come. Then my friend started making comments like, damn, you tripping, man. You can't, your girl can't chill, whatever. We ain't doing nothing. We just smoking. I'm like, nah, bro. I ain't even tell her to let y'all in. They like, oh, it's like that. I'm like, yeah, it's like that. Cause shit, I ain't gonna, what people don't understand is like when you find a girl and, you don't, of course your situation gonna change. You got something going on now. You got a little emotion going on. But here's the part. See, they were downstairs alone for quite some time before I realized they asses was even in the house. It's like once I heard their voices, I was like, oh, now they in the house, obviously. I walk in there and she's already like in the whole vicinity with them for a little too long without me knowing. I didn't even know she ran downstairs to let them in. I told her not to open the door. I had just left the bedroom, like, momentarily, only to hear their voices. Then I went downstairs. So they had been in the same room for quite some time. Who knows what they were doing? Man. Okay. Now, fast forward 10 years later. And mind you, at that time, I knew my intuition was telling me something happened. And I went to the Capricorn's house, knock, knock, knock. And I'm like 16 years old. I said, yo, be honest with me, man. I said, did you sleep with my ex-girlfriend? I said, did you sleep with her? He like, no, bro, I wouldn't do that. No, I ain't mess with her. I ain't do nothing with her. No. I ain't even like that. I said, okay. I said, you sure? I said, I know you my boy and everything, but y'all was in that living room. Like, I couldn't shake that thought because they was in that room quiet as a mouse for too long that by the time I realized they were all in the same room, I'm like, ain't this some sneaky shit? Like, y'all really was in this room for too long to not have announced yourselves or anything like, oh, where Trey at? Y'all was just in there sitting in the living room. So this is what ended up happening. 10 years later, the same Aquarius dude invited me over to for a studio session. As you guys know, I rap. So I'm like writing my lyrics out. He with his wife and, we in the room and we write. He got the beat Fruity Loop playing. I'm writing raps and he writing raps. And I'm thinking we good. Thinking this is my homeboy from the childhood, right? Shit. Next thing you know, it's my turn to go in the booth. I got the headphones on. I'm about to spit my verses on the track. And this man stopped me and he said, yo, because we both were smoking. We both was, hitting the blunt in the studio 10 years later. He says, Hey man, you remember that girl you was crazy about when we was younger? I was like, yeah, I remember that, because that was like the only beef. That was like the only issue I ever had with that Aquarius. I was like, yeah, I said, yeah, I remember. And he said, yeah, man. He started laughing like, you see, man, she asked me and Antonio, man, you know, the Capricorn dude. He was like, yeah, man, she wanted me and Antonio to run a train on her, man. She wanted us to hit. And I'm like, no shit, because that was what my intuition was telling me when I knocked on Tonio's door and asked him, yo, did you sleep with my girlfriend behind my back? Because, you know, when you young, that's the type of energy, like that's something a 16-year-old would say. He wouldn't know no better to question somebody. Obviously, if you know, you see? So I was like, just trying to confirm, because I'm like, just trying to see if he'll keep it real. And then all of a sudden, the Aquarius dude, he waits 10 years later and he's like, yo, remember that girl you was crazy about? He was like, yeah, man, she tried to get me and Tone to smash. And I'm literally like about to get into the studio. And I said, this man then disrupted the whole fucking studio session. Like, why are we talking about this right now? Why you wait 10 years later to bring this up with me right now? See, I'm going to tell you why. See, because he wanted to hold the information because it made him feel powerful. See, also, it was projection because I didn't even know something was going on between him and his wife right at that moment, right? He knew that I liked her, see? Because obviously my ass wasn't outside hooping no more. I wasn't out there with my boys like I used to. Once I met her, I'm like, oh shit, I need to be, you know, I had something more fun to do, see? But here's the thing. The thing about it was she was interested in him instead, see? Here's the thing. This gave him a quiet ego boost, see? So he was holding this information for 10 years, you guys. That was done to what? Store leverage against me. See that? Pisces, you remember I said you have hidden enemies. Your hidden enemies are the same ones that's shaking up your hands and fist bumping you. And all while trying to use all your gifts and everything that you got going on, right? Why didn't he tell me the same information 10 years ago when we were 16, right? Because he didn't want to hurt me back then, obviously. He might have thought, oh, you were crazy about her. Why ruin that? See? So he stayed quiet to what? Avoid drama, jealousy, or a friendly what? Shift. See? Remember I said the Aquarius wants to control the energy. This is why he wouldn't tell me back then. So, if that was the only reason, here's the thing. He likely will what? Bring it up 10 years later. Now, the timing served him, see, very well. Because this is what ended up happening. You got to ask yourself what transpired, because the Aquarius told me some stuff that I probably shouldn't be saying, okay? But we're not cool, so it doesn't matter. Well, he said that he said he murked somebody in Chicago, right? That was the first thing. Then he told me that he felt like killing himself. And little did you know, remember I said, Pisces, you do not ask people to tell you stuff. It's just the guilty conscience, the guilt, everything that's below the surface, you feel the undercurrent, the pattern of behavior, and it exposes itself. See, I didn't ask him to know these things. He was telling me. All of that followed by, oh, your ex wanted me and such to smash. That let me know he was guilty. But here's the thing. Some people bring up the past. They bring up old news. Why? Because they want validation. They want to feel chosen. They want to feel superior. They want to feel on top. They want to feel better. See? And they want to subtly compete with you, right? Here's the thing, though. As we know, Aquarius men, they compartmentalize. They sit on information, and they do this naturally. See, the silent observer, they don't always think emotionally about impact. See this? And they can randomly drop old truths when it feels safe or irrelevant. So the sudden change of information, they can't help it but be offbeat like that and say random shit. And when it's like, yo, why are you telling me this right now? What does my ex-girlfriend when we were 16 have to do with this studio session that we're about to do? You see what I'm saying? So that lets you know that even though it was years ago, it doesn't matter to the Aquarius. See, because it's still stored information. It's cold-blooded. And here's the thing. My emotion, my attitude was like, yo, why didn't you tell me this when it mattered? See? Because of one thing. The emotional disconnect. It's cold-blooded. See, he didn't even know I had moon in Aquarius. See? So I was so detached that when he told me, I already knew he did that. And I wrote that off a long time ago because what Pisces, when they end the cycle, it's over with. You want to know the only reason I went over there to record that song was for me. I was trying to put it out on DistroKid or TuneCore to make money off of it. I already knew me and him wasn't cool to begin with. I just went over there to do the song. But that's funny because deceive and be deceived. That's what ends up happening. See, that's what ends up happening. So we ended up deceiving each other. But at the same time, there was no deception on his part. I already know him and the Capricorn mess with old girl. See? Because shortly after that, I ended up catching some stuff in her phone. And I broke up with her. But it's like, damn, why do you want to sleep with somebody that somebody else been messing with? Like, to me, that's another trait of Aquarius. They don't have, it's not like, they will put it like this. If a situation approaches them that's like an awkward, that's something random, something that's like not planned, no commitment involved that's needed, they're going to do it. Yep. They're sure, hey, anything that, just it's kind of like something that just randomly comes to them, they're going to do it. Okay. Now, another thing that he could have done of why he released this information 10 years later was he might have been protecting himself. Okay. So you got to understand, if him and the whole Capricorn friend, if they were involved in the situation, telling me back then could have what? Could have started mess. See, could have caused tension. It could have been made them look disloyal. It could have created competition. So what I see is that they chose comfort over transparency. Isn't that what Aquarius does? See, and the whole thing is that it could have been for me to see the ego because it did reveal itself within him. See, you got to understand that Pisces attracts the egos of all. Hey, it's nothing. Hey, a Pisces, you gonna automatically attract egos. Okay, remember I said get used to it. Some men wait to reveal past situations when they want to subtly what? Show desirability. See, they want to reframe history. See, they want to see if you still care about that situation. So the fact that it was 10 years later suggests to me that it wasn't urgent truth here. See, this was more about stored information. See, this is why I said Aquarius doesn't stop learning. They don't stop. Oh, I seen enough. That's over. That's done with. No, until you know, they bring it to your attention, the information, because they have to be in control of the energy shift. Unfortunately, Pisces feels the energy shift way before it happens because of the intuition. It's cold-blooded, you guys. It's what you can't see. See, and now another thing is that when he told me, I realized the tone behind his words, which is another genius move. And that is, does this of which he's telling me, does it feel casual? See, and here's another thing. Or did it feel like he was trying to get a reaction? See? So you got to understand how Pisces ciphers the information. It all tells, it all reveals the truth of what is really going on. See? And here's the thing. Once that happens, I don't need you to tell me anything. You've already told me everything I needed to know. See? Because your tone is speaking from your heart. See? That's it. The way that you say things, that's how it is. So it's no need for me to try to get to the whole real questioning of the situation. But here's the thing. Some may ask, see, if you care, then that's when you start asking or trying to understand it like, oh, did it really happen? Okay. So you have to know that, yes, it definitely happened. See, because why would you store information? It's like, yo, it hasn't been released yet. It's like an album that hasn't came out yet. But guess who feels that way? The Aquarius. They think that, oh, it's very innovative for me to release this information right now. See, it's like they know when to drop an album. Why you think Birdman is so damn rich? He knows exactly when to drop albums, who to sign. And it's like every year somebody different. He got, man, he's cool with Lil Wayne. If he lose Lil Wayne, then he got Young Thug. Then it's like, you know, he always prepared. And he knows exactly who to sign. And why? Because that's stored collective energy that he gets. He gets the information. Once he sees how you rap, he's very observant. He watches you and he knows, oh, if you got star power, you gonna make him rich. Oh, let's drop that album today. How does he know that? See, it's cold-blooded. He can feel the sudden changes within a person's energy. And that's how he knows how to control it and control them. See? And little do they know, oh, you didn't get a check? I wonder why. Who's your boss? Birdman. Okay, I know he didn't pay you. See? Control the energy. Why is he controlling energy? Because he's controlling the currency, see, of which energy flows in the first place. See? How do you know where to spend money? How do you know when to save it? Can you even save it? Is it really yours? See? All those different things you got to pay attention to. Now, another thing is that how I know it happened is because people talk. See? People talk. Young adults, they flirt. You can't escape it. This is how the world's wired, right? Things get said privately that never become public. Never forget that. And see, it's very possible that the Taurus woman told him that. See? But guess what? It never reached me. See? How would he know? Because think about it. If a dude sleep with your girl, it's not meant for you to know. See? Obviously, it's not meant for you to know. So if she, brought it back up, you ran into her recently, she mentioned it to you. Oh, remember that time when I was talking to old boy and we did the in the backyard? Now it's fresh on his memory. Now it's like, oh yeah, I want to let's get a studio session going, bro. So he can release that to me. See, because now it's making him feel powerful holding that information. Like he's sitting on something. And that's what you got to remember with Aquarius. They sit on information, both good and bad. And here's the thing. The timing is what makes it suspicious. That's why with Pisces, you always recognize that something's suspicious with Aquarius because they are sneaky. Look at Blueface. Every damn day he got a different girl. Every day. And none of the girls that he gets with are real connections. See? It's for entertainment purposes only. I wonder why. See? And here's the thing. Put it like this. By it happening 10 years ago, why say it now? Why say it now? Right? Because it's all about it's all about the whole psychological aspect of things that matters. See? That's the whole thing. See, the mind, you can't sit on something that you don't think is hot. You know, like it's like you got something that you really that happened. It's a secret, and you like, yo, I gotta get this off of me. See, it's like that's why everybody can't hold water. Pisces can. See, Pisces is the only sign that doesn't tell secrets. Nope. So if a Pisces does something, guess what? He's going to the grave. He's going to the grave with it. It's going to be buried in the ocean somewhere. Ain't nobody going to find it. See? Because a fish only gets caught when what? When he opens his mouth. It's cold-blooded. So that means he allowed you to catch him. He allowed you to know whatever it was that you were looking for. See? Now, the thing about it here as well is that when it happened, he didn't think it mattered then, okay? So maybe the Aquarius, maybe he just, he wanted drama with me, you see? Maybe he thought that I'll react badly to the situation. Maybe he didn't think it would go anywhere, see that? So he ended up what? Feeling it anyway. Or he filed it anyway, like if you put it into a filing cabinet, okay? Now, another thing is that how I know it happened is because he liked having a secret. See that? Remember, if a person likes having a secret, they can't wait to tell it to the person that it's about, right? So sometimes people keep information because it boosts their ego. It makes them feel chosen. It gives them that whole social leverage because, oh, I got something that I'm sitting on. And holding it doesn't always mean manipulation. Sometimes it's just a person's pride, okay? So it didn't fully happen the way that he framed it. That could be a case in a scenario. But remember, memory changes over time, okay? So sometimes, you know, someone may have flirted lightly in a situation. Someone probably made a joke. Someone probably said something vague. But then 10 years later, it becomes what? Oh, she wanted me to sleep with her. See how that goes? So you got to know that people exaggerate unintentionally. Why? Because it makes them look desirable. See that? It comes from a standpoint of insecurity. So I knew that it's something about me that's bothering him. And I'm a Scorpio riser anyway, and that's what I've come to do anyway. See that? That's why I said you have to be fully aware of what you're here for. What is your purpose? See that? Now, another thing too, definitely it was a subtle power move here too as well. Okay, not necessarily for evil purposes. Could have been, but it could have been socially strategic. Remember, Aquarius is all about strategy. See? So dropping that information while we were getting ready to do a song could have been for what? Testing my reaction, asserting status, seeing if I still cared about her or the situation, and him trying to rewrite history. Maybe he was trying to hit, but couldn't. But exaggerated it to make me feel some type of way so he could feel like, oh, I could play with his mind with this information, because he could have just, you know, if a person hates you and they're your enemy, sometimes it's like, yo, they'll tell you something that's off-putting just to control the situation. See, they're basically trying to control your energy now and how it shifts. Now, another thing is Aquarius types. And honestly, I'm just here being analytical about the situation in regards to their personalities, is that sometimes they drop delayed truths casually without thinking about the emotional impact. It's called, man, listen, what we have here is someone that creates tension, see, on purpose. And here's the thing, to tell the information to the moment of what mattered, okay, in a sense. Now, another thing too to mention is, you know, that you got to understand these people live next door. So you got to look at the details. They live next door. So when you're young and you have neighbors, the dynamics can get very messy, okay? So everybody knows everybody's business. When you live too close to each other, flirting, it can happen casually. You know, things get said impulsively, egos get involved, and people test reactions quietly, okay? So it's very possible that she did sleep with them, though, because you got to understand, We lived right next door to the Aquarius. And the Capricorn, he lived on the other side, right next door on the right side. The Aquarius lived on the left side, the next house over. See? And hey, I wasn't always at home. I was at work. Hell, I believe my uncle probably messed with her because she was one of them type of females. She was cute. She was, she wasn't ugly. She had like blue greenish eyes, she was like super light-skinned, long hair, nice body. So she wasn't ugly. Pisces always be having some fine shit going on. Pisces always be having some baddies on deck, so already could know it wasn't like a trophy for me, but it was definitely a woman that I didn't want to bring around friends because she was that cute, like that type that you like, yo, I can't really take her nowhere because people gonna be slobbing on the floor, hawking, stalking all over you for her, you see? So it's like, that's why today I say this. I know I get kind of choked up talking about this because I'm still like that. See, like I'm very possessive, and like if it's like difficult for me to date a woman that look real good like that because I don't want to be looking over my shoulder and questioning and like it's too much stress. It's too much. So I always get a woman that's probably about a 7 or a 6. You see, because I can manage that. You know what I'm saying? But it's not insecurity. It's just that I had went through experiences that it's too much maintenance. It's too much, hey, who is that? Why are you, flirting with this person? Why are you talking to this person this long? So I get very controlling because some things about a pretty woman is that they don't know how to, you can't be nice with everybody. It's like the core principles. Like sometimes, your woman, if they look good, they could be too friendly to everybody. And that you understand how dudes think. Oh, if you are friendly with them, they think they have a chance that, they can misread the energy. Now, another thing is, he, like I say, definitely, people could feel, that they could get enjoyment out of knowing things. Okay, so being the guy that was messing with the girl that you liked, that could have been especially them knowing that you liked it could have just fed the ego in itself. So it could possibly be a mind game, you see. So yeah, I was jealous. I can admit it though. See, like one thing about me, I could be very jealous. I ain't gonna lie. Because this is the thing. It's not the jealousy that, oh, you're better, or hey, it's just that that's mine. You see what I'm saying? I had to go out and find that. That's my shit. Okay, if you gonna smoke with them and you like them, then hey, get the hell out. Go be with them then. See? But why would I sit there and like why would you want to sit there and allow your girl to talk with your guys like y'all, like they're cool? And it's like, those are your friends. And it's like, yo, if she ain't sitting with you, then you got to kick her out. Got to kick her to the curb. Because it's like, yo, I'm not finna sit here and smoke. And I don't even want to smoke with y'all. I didn't open the door for y'all. I obviously, value the relationship over y'all. So it's like, hell yeah, I'm going to be jealous if I know, like, yo, you talking a little too much with my homies. You getting a little too comfortable. You got booty shorts on. You got a bra on. See, you shouldn't even came downstairs looking like this. That's my shit. See, only my eyes should be seeing that. So when I seen like her doing that, I'm like, she ain't the one, fam. Obviously, she is not the one. And it was like, it was like to the point where I was just pissed. And I was like, man, you can't even, this is why you got to have options. Like now, it's like, I'm not a cheater, but it's like, now I see why you got to have options. You got to have more than one girl. You ain't got to F all of them. You can have one, your main girl, and just have a few, women that you talk to for company, but just like, you ain't cheating with them, like getting in the bed, sleeping with them. But you got to have more than one connection because sometimes once you see that bull crap, it's gonna piss you off. It don't matter if you 16 or you could be 50 years old. Guarantee some of you men out there, if you don't get jealous, maybe you like men. Maybe you are diddy bopping. Maybe you diddy bop or something. Maybe you like men. That's why it don't bother you. But to me, hell yeah. Because that's why I think a lot of guys, they cave in and they allow it. They allow other guys to be, you know, talking up they women and stuff. It's like, you must like that shit. You know, maybe you're a cook or something. You know, I don't know. But it's like, with me, hell no. You can't be talking to my girl. I will interrupt the conversation and be like, yo, get the fuck from around here. Go talk to somebody else. Like, what y'all talking about, you know? Just little things. It's a respect situation. It's a boundary. Now, another thing is, let me see. Another thing too is that all while he was saying this, you know, saying the information, he was laughing. See? And that's something that I caught on to, is because him laughing, that's the whole important detail of it all. And that tells me more about the story itself than the way that he broke it down, okay? Now, if somebody laugh while revealing something, what does this mean? It usually means one of three things. It could be a nervous laughter. Like I say, he might have felt awkward saying it in the first place after so long of holding it in. And laughing could be a way to soften the tension. So it could be an ego thing. People could laugh because, you know, they're really laughing and it's the ego. Because they could be laughing because they feel validated. They feel like they've won something back then. Or they just want the whole casual flex of the whole situation, but trying to do it while looking serious. So that whole laughing, it could just mean that, yeah, I had an option, or hey, I had a access of screwing your girlfriend. Or they could be testing you with the laughter. So if they do this, they could have knew that I was watching their face while they were laughing. So the whole difference is that they wanted to see if I still cared, or if I was bothered by the situation, or just trying to measure the whole social standing of the situation with me in itself. So you got to notice the difference. Now, don't sit on here chat and say, oh, you know, you must have really liked the girl. Of course, you know, that's the whole reason why I'm sharing this with you guys, is that my whole point was just to show you guys the sneaky behavior with Aquarius. And because even my sister said the same thing. She's a Libra. And she told me that she was talking to Aquarius, and he was doing sneaky stuff, like trying to talk to her friends and whatnot, right in front of her face. It's like little stuff like that. Like, you just can't just let stuff slide or just think that, oh, it's nothing, you know? Now, you got to ask yourself another thing. Why would he be reaching backwards instead of, you know, just to be forward thinking of an Aquarius? Why would he be mentioning this to me? But it's like going back in time about the series of events, okay? I got to get my charger, y'all. Okay, I got to get my charger because my phone is about to die, you know? Happens to the best of us. Oh, I think it's right here. Bought a portable charger. You know, this comes in handy, see? Portable charger keeps your phone from dying, you know? So we got power here. Oh, now I might have to hold it now. Okay, so give me 1 second, you guys. Oh my God, hold on a second. I gotta, man, my mouth getting all dry. Oh shit. All right. Okay, so y'all still with me? Hit the like button. Let's get this 100 and get 100 likes. Come on now. We at 27. All right. So let's see. Like I say, it could be projection as well, because like I say, he ended up getting a divorce shortly after he said that to me. Him and his wife broke up with him. So I feel like that was his karma. See? Now, who said why so serious? Yeah, definitely. Hey, globally, definitely. Hey, I'm being emotional. It happens to the best of us. You know, you can't, you know, one thing I hate is that we live in a world, being emotional doesn't mean you're crying. It doesn't mean, oh, you're you're sad or whatnot. That's not what being emotional is. Emotional is basically you being aware of how you feel about a situation. Why would I sit on here and say, oh, if I get on here and start to put my pride and ego and start, basically start to say things like, yo, I ain't bothered by that, and hey, then you're not being real with yourself. See, it's real recognized real, and it only gets realer from here. I never sugarcoat how I feel. You're not supposed to. Like, you got to understand, like, if somebody slaps you across the face and you like, yo, why you hit me? You can't be like, yo, you being emotional, bro. Bro, he just smacked you across your face. You gonna just let that slide? You have to feel something. You can't just allow something to happen and not feel shit. If you say, oh, that don't bother you, you full of shit. It's simple as that. You have to mature. You have to grow up. You can't act like, oh, you could just get through life being emotionless. Like, no, you're not a real human if you don't feel some sort of emotion. See that? Let me see. But yeah, I mean, I understand, like, let me see. Yeah, that's the thing, like, okay, said, nah, you see, this is the thing, man, listen, okay, I gotta disagree with you globally, Munchie, about, of course, you gotta understand that the type of friends that I had growing up, I knew those weren't my real friends. That's why I was like, I disappeared once she came around, because it was more like an escape. It wasn't like, oh, it wasn't like I couldn't wait to get away from them. So it's like, as soon as I had an outlet, it was like, oh, I got something else to do with my time. I could be in the house chilling with my girl on that type of timing, you see? So it's like, I already knew I had no good friends. These people were just people to basically pass time up with, so by the time when she let them in the house, it was like, I didn't even want them in the house, see? And the thing about it was, you should never, rule number one, because I learned a lesson behind it. And what it taught me is that you never bring your girl around your homies, no matter if they're your real homies or not. You never tell your homie about your girl. You never bring her around your friends. No, that's a boundary. And see, if you don't put it like this, I know plenty guys that I still don't know what their wife look like, that I have as friends, and I never seen their wife. Nope. But I respect that. And I know why. See? Because listen, when you introduce, oh, hey, this is my girl, and hey, this is such and such, you asking for trouble. It ain't got shit to do with insecurity. It's about being smart. Because what do your friends have to do with your wife? Because now you don't know that a person would literally try to befriend you just to get in the bed with your wife on some, hey, maybe it's an ego thing. Maybe it's just, anytime it's a female, they're going to be trying to do something. It's the opposite way too. It's the opposite way too. If a woman go introducing all her homegirls to her husband, you can't sit there and say that, oh, you don't know if he going to try to sleep with one of your friends. All it takes is introducing situation. Oh, this is such and such. This is such and such. Oh, hey, how you doing? It could be flirting from there. It could be the handshaking, the whole touchy situation. It's a lot of things. The cologne. It could be a lot of things that trigger a person to end up, sleeping with your girl. Because you allowed. See, it's like when you do the introduction thing, it's like you giving the person permission. See, that's why you don't even go there. You don't even share your woman, or, have your man out there all playing in other women face of friends that you have. It's like they're going to end up sleeping together. It's just going to happen. Okay. He said with black, come on, man. It's not a race thing, man. I mean, I understand that's your opinion, but like, You gotta, you know, I could say a lot of things, and like, it's like, if you want to go there, it's like this. A lot of men I'll put it like this. I say it like this. You can swear on your forefathers all you want, but I guarantee you, you probably are a cuck. You probably are the type of dude that's, you know, spineless, and you, only reason why you don't care is because you probably like seeing another guy smashing your girl. See? And that make you look bad. You see that? You got to have morals. You got to have boundaries. Wow, don't, hey, you just try to throw a shot at me, so you can't take what I'm saying to you? Come on, man. It ain't got nothing to do. If you got to have some sort of morals. You got to have some sort of boundaries. You can't just say, oh, you got a problem with having your girl around. Of course, it's going to be a problem anyway. Man, listen, I can bash. Man, listen, man. Y'all come on. Listen, chat. Y'all come on here. Not all y'all. Hey, I really appreciate the real followers. Like I say, the real subscribers, the real people that support the channel. Shout out to y'all. But some of y'all come up in here to speculate, spectate. And when I say things to you, you want to say I'm bashing. You want to say this and that. And I see why. You see? So it's like, I'm being honest with you too. But they say you saying things that I feel like, I'll say this. It seems like projection. See, you doing that type of stuff, but you trying to make it seem like I'm doing that because you're guilty of what you do. See, I done figured it out. See, I already know what's going on. So you can't fool me and get on here and try to say certain things because, look, I know it's you. See? That's why I said, like, people try to accuse me of doing stuff. Bro, you doing it, man. Listen, bro, don't get on here scraping and scrambling globally. Cause I would embarrass you, fam. Don't come on here trying to start shit, bro. Like I say, you want to mention a girl. Of course, no man is going to want to bring his girl around his guys. That's stupid. That's like bringing a whole bunch of meat around a damn a pool of fish. Come on now. Man, listen, you already embarrassed yourself globally. I mean, I really ain't gotta say nothing. You lucky. Listen, I could prevent you from even watching my channel. How about that? Like I say, man, you just shut the hell up and move around. Shit. Go get a haircut. Go get some money in your pocket. Yeah, good. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Piece of shit. That's what I say, man. Like, I be trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, try to work with people. I try to, like, really give the information. But, like, you get on here disrespectful and just doing, to me, it's, like, weird. Like, people just say it do stupid shit. Like, bro, nobody will feel comfortable bringing anybody around. That's like, put it to you like this. How do I know this to be true? Because I've done it. I've done it. Yes. I have slept with people's mothers. Oh, you introduced me to your mom, I'm gonna fuck her. And hey, I don't care how you take it. I don't care. Oh, you hit below the belt. Bro, you should have, listen, if I would do it, what would stop somebody else? What would stop another man? What would stop another man from doing it? If I would do it. That should tell you something. So if I want to keep out, and I don't want somebody to do it to mine, I ain't finna introduce my damn mama to somebody else, another man. Hell to the no. And I know my mom not gonna do it, but see, you gotta understand that, hey, you never know. You never know. And that's the thing, because listen, the reason why I did it, because I like that. I like that type of shit. Because it shows me, like, listen, I got strong will. See, strong will means that even if I meet your mama, bro, if she got a big old, man, listen, she got a big booty, I'm hitting that, fam. I'm sorry. But don't bring me around. See, a Pisces, listen, could be everything that you don't want. I could be the worst husband, man for you. Because I will cheat. I will cheat. If I listen, I've done it before. Listen, if my woman giving me problems and I come across a girl, hey, man, I'm doing it. See that? I'm doing it. And hey, you call me whatever you want. You could judge me. You could say, yo, you listen that. I'm being real with you. I'm telling you the truth. I know a lot of people ain't gonna like it, but so what? So if I would do it, I know, come on, I'm already knowing somebody else is capable just as well. See? Phallus said, I'll cheat too. That's the thing. I'm gonna tell you why people cheat. People cheat for different reasons. See, it's like, if you don't like your situation, it all starts there. Let's say you are married to a woman and you basically just don't like the way, it doesn't really have to be physically as far as the relationship. It could just be the intimacy moments, something that maybe you feel like you've came up short. Then it's like, oh, you come across something better. You like, yo, I got to get some, yo, this was better than the situation that I had for 10 years. You're going to do it, fam. It ain't no way. Like, it's hard to say no. And then you got to understand that we're human. See, we're human, and I understand about adultery and all that type of stuff. But I'm just letting you know it's very difficult to pass things up. See, if you're already miserable. See, so like when I was in my marriage, I cheated. See, and I cheated because my ex, she wasn't giving me no booty, and I got mad, and I went out there like, hey, Incredible Hulk, and I went out there and found me a midget, and hey, she was a Capricorn, and hey, I was capping that corn down to the damn cap. I was hitting, I was clapping them damn cheeks. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, but I wanted out of my marriage, but the problem was I was immature. I didn't know how to end it without ending it, if that makes sense. Because I was looking at the whole situation as a crutch anyway. So I already knew once we moved in together, I didn't really want to be with her no more anyway. So I could say that cheating was more premeditated than how it actually happened, if that makes sense. But that's the thing, like, and that's why I tell people, like, with Pisces, you gotta be careful, because like I said, I did all that type of stuff when I was young, and I like I said, I've already reaped the karma behind it, and that's not what I'm trying to proclaim on my channel as to get other people to do it. No, I'm just admitting the fact that it didn't get me nowhere. See, so it's like you really have to watch yourself. At the same time, you can't. If you ever try to be perfect, you're gonna fail at it. It's never gonna be perfect. See, but that's why I say you gotta find you somebody that you actually enjoy being around, that you actually enjoy being with, in order to not cheat. See, because if I'm telling you, it's one thing you hate, if it's one thing you hate about your girl or your man, you're gonna cheat. Simple as that. What is you talk, man, bro? Don't listen, bro. What's your sign, globe? You gotta be an Aquarius or something, bro. I'm already like, I don't like you just by looking at your name and everything. I feel like you on here for some type of clout. See, but you know what? I'm gonna put a hex on you. That's what I'm gonna do. How about that? I'm gonna put a hex on you right now, bro. Okay, bet. All right, right now, I'm throwing a hex on you right now. So you're gonna have to cut them dreads off. Watch. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, oh, now see, now you didn't. All right, now I'm really serious. Okay, I wasn't even. I wasn't even serious, but now I'm about to throw one on you for real now, Brody. Yup. So I'm gonna hypnotize you first. That's what I'm gonna do. Then I'm gonna give you like, I'm gonna put 3 or 4 spells on you right now. Karma, okay. All right, I got your karma. Yup. See? Look. He trying to say that the karma gonna come on me. Okay. All right. Yup. I sure am gonna go ahead. I'm gonna tell you, gonna get real sick. You're gonna get into a car accident. Everybody gonna hear about it. Watch. Some bad gonna happen to you. Watch. That's not a threat. You playing with fire, bro. I'm telling you, looking fire right in the eyes right now. No, you are. Hey, I put the hex on you, fam, and guess what? People ain't gonna know what happened to you. They gonna be like, yo, what is wrong with Munch? What's going on with him globally? Everywhere you go, people gonna hate you. Watch. You gonna be mad. You ain't no damn water. You the damn sewage. See? Yeah, you gonna be saying to yourself, oh, I didn't sign up for this. Yeah, definitely. Come on, man. Hey, that's the thing. You can't put my fire out. You crazy if you thinking that, bro. Come on. Hell no. But I say, like, bro, don't try to say we'll see, bro. It ain't nothing to see, bro. You really not like that, bro. You come on my channel trying to scramble, bro. Come on, man. What you offended about? Let's start there. Oh, you ain't got no fire raging, nothing, bro. You ain't got no fire raging. See, you don't even, you one of them type of people that come on the channel and you spectating. That's what you doing. What? Let me ask you this. Why are you here? Why are you here? See, you must feel some type of way. You got exposed some type of way. You are offended, fam. Something I said really got to your chest right now. See? Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's the ego, fam. I already dissolved all your boundaries, bro. Come on now. You watch my videos, but look, this is how you really feel. See? Bro, don't try to do this, bro, because I already know. I'm already prepared for people like you, bro. I'm already knowing, like, people watch me and then they be my enemy at the same damn time. Like, come on, bro. It's a lot of people that watch my channel that don't like me, fam. It's not, I don't go into a situation being unaware about, oh yeah, I know a lot of people that watch my channel don't like me, bro. I know that. So you ain't doing nothing that I see everything you doing. So, but here's the thing, I welcome all my guests, see? Because, hey, even though you want to come watch me from time to time, hey, I appreciate the company, but hey, I ain't, you don't think you're doing me a favor, see? Because your favor, hey, I could take it or leave it. See that? But anyway, getting back to the topic, you guys. Okay, so when we talk about Neptune, the planetary aspects, okay, Neptune versus Uranus, who wins this? Okay, so with Neptune, we're talking about the Pisces energy, which comes to the what? The illusion, the emotion, the spiritual depth, the fantasy, the compassion, the escapism, okay? So that all pertains to Pisces. Now, when we're dealing with Uranus, with the Aquarius energy, is more related to the rebellion, the logic, the disruption, the detachment, the innovation, the shock value. See, and that's the thing. You got to understand that Aquarius, they bring the shock. They bring the shock value, so they know. That's why they know to sit on information that they know will possibly shock someone. See. So that's why it's like, oh, they could say something where everybody goes, oh, or wow, or, you know, it gets that reaction. Now, the difference here is they don't compete. See, they destabilize each other, okay? So that's the whole thing. Neptune dissolves reality. That's why Pisces don't go off of reality. See, life is much more than the whole realistic view of things, okay? So Uranus shatters reality. So that's the thing, like, that's why it's an emotional war between Aquarius and Pisces, okay? As I mentioned, Neptune confuses, Uranus, okay, so Neptune confuses Uranus, okay? And that's why it's a mental war here. Uranus destabilizes Neptune. But here's the plot twist, okay? So for those of you that have moon in Aquarius, that just means emotionally you process like Uranus, okay? You detach to think. You intellectualize feelings. You don't drown easily like others may, see? So that's like why you can be arguing with somebody and literally detach mentally quick, see? To where whatever it was you was arguing about, it has what? Dissolved. See that? And then the craziest thing is like with I don't know who this is, but are you a girl or a boy? I don't know. It's globally, I can't tell the difference. I think it's a girl. So the girl, I see the emotions really going like, man, you know. It's just like, dang, bro. I see, that's the good thing about it. It's very entertaining because it's like, yo, when people get mad at Pisces, they just keep going, keep going, keep going. And you feed right into the hex because the hex has already been activated. So all you're doing is you're feeding into your own, you're feeding into your own hex. You're giving it all the energy that it needs to perform on you. So, hey, the longer you fight it, the longer it stays. Remember, nobody's going to know what happened to you. No one's going to know. They're going to say, man, he has never been the same since he was on that live with Real tore him a new a-hole. And all of a sudden, he has never been the same. See that? Because this is the thing. Bro, don't try to get on nothing. Listen, anytime I watch this, bro, you could try anything hey, listen, bro. Listen. You gonna laugh now, cry later. So whatever you try, it's not gonna work. Man, try to listen, bro. I'ma really just do you in right now, okay? How about that? I'm gonna do you in right now. I'm gonna give you a early Pisces vacation for free. And you have permanently lost access to my channel. I seldomly do that, but you cannot watch me no more. See? So, hey, make a new account now. So that's the thing. So it's like, you can tear yourself a new a-hole, and then all of a sudden you just become what? Dissolved. See that? Yeah, it happens to the best of us. But yeah, okay, so another thing is this. All right. How do you tell when the Aquarius is lying? Okay. Aquarius are not dramatic liars, okay? So it's very difficult to get them to confess any lie that they may tell because they're strategic, okay? So look for them over explaining logic. If they start sounding over analytical, they're constructing a narrative there, okay? So that's something to keep in contact with. And this is the thing. We said, Palace said, I was getting ready to go in on them. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I really seldomly, okay, I used to hide users from the channel all the time where they think they're still a part of the channel, but they can't comment on anything. They can't, they can watch sometimes, I think, but they can't, like, I don't see their comments or anything like that. So a lot of times it'll show up as the message, is held for review or something like that. But I don't I seldomly like to do that. Like I said, I really try to let people, like, have their fun and eat it too, or however you say it. But with him, it's like, bro, you trying to create negativity, like, that's not what I'm about. So it's like, trying to spoil it for other people's experience. And it's just like, yo, I could get on here and clown, but that ain't what my channel's about. So um anyway, anywho, um the thing, okay, so when you're dealing with an Aquarius, or how to tell when they're lying, is the fact that they have an emotional flatness to them. So when they lie, their tone stays steady, but it becomes slightly robotic. So a lot of times they can delay their responses. So as they hear you say something to them or ask them a question, they will delay in response. So that's how you know that they're getting ready to change the story, to control the narrative. And they use deflection through questions. So they'll redirect, why does that matter? If you ask something in such a way, they may say things like, oh, what are you talking about? Instead of answering the question directly. So there could be a sudden detachment here, okay? If they emotionally withdraw mid-topic, that means that something is what? Being guarded. So technical, or just putting it in a technical sense, that they technically they technically use truths, okay? So they may not lie outright, but they'll say something technically true, but it'll be incomplete, okay? So an example of this would be like, oh, I didn't talk to her, but they text. See? So it's like they may have, okay, so that's a lie. So it's like you got to know how they lie, okay? So they may say, oh, I didn't text her, I didn't talk to her, but we text. See how the lie is like hidden? So it's like, yo, you still talk to her, but he's like, no, I didn't talk to her, I text her. See that? So you got to watch the subtle lying. Also watch the eye movement, the eye contact, which Pisces tends to do this naturally anyway. But watch the eye contact, because Aquarius, they can hold eye contact while lying, believe it or not. But they'll blink less, or they'll pause slightly longer before responding. That's the difference. Now, another way to know if an Aquarius is lying is that they get inconsistent in details, because they think fast, but sometimes the details don't line up later. So that's what you have to pay attention to. Now, another important thing with Aquarius, or how they lie, is that they lie less out of malice, okay? It's not done in such a way. It's more out of avoiding drama, protecting privacy, and not wanting the emotional confrontation that comes with it. But if you have Moon in Aquarius, you actually detect emotional inconsistencies well with others. So you may not second guess yourself, okay? Now, another thing is that, another thing is, you as a Pisces, you may oftentimes have sharp observations when it comes to Aquarius. One thing you may notice is the delay doesn't automatically mean they're lying. When you see this happening, don't assume that they're lying right off the rip, okay? Because it could just be a signal of that person processing under pressure, especially with the whole dynamic with Aquarius and Uranus style of communication in itself. So I'm gonna tell you guys why you see delays, and it's because they're calculating precision, okay? Aquarius hates being misquoted, so they choose words carefully. Another thing is they're building a clean narrative. You got to understand, they like to control the narrative, and they like to edit it, okay? So if the details need aligning, the brain slows down. So another thing to watch out for is they're deciding what to disclose. So the whole omission of the whole situation is going to be done to what? It's going to be done then to tell an outright lie, okay? Now, another thing is that they're regulating the whole emotion, you see, in itself, because why they like to detach first and then answer a second later. So this is why you will hear those pauses in their speech when they're, when you ask them something. Sometimes they can't just give you an instant reply. It's like they'll pause because they detach first, see? And then they're like, oh, instead of telling the outright lie, it's like they go through a mission, in other words, okay? Now, Another thing too, why they stall is because they're buying time, okay? So classic stalling is classic manipulation, and they do this if they're cornered. Now, when to take it in a suspicious manner, when to look at the delay as a when it becomes suspicious is when the pause is longer than usual and followed by what? Them over explaining. See, that's something to look out for. Or they answer a different question than the one you asked. Or the details shift later. See? Or they question your question instead of answering it. So you got to be careful, because this is a very clever sign that can be sneaky. And hey, it could be ping pong in the thoughts, and you never know how they're going to approach it, how they're going to explain it, how they're going to think about it mentally. Another thing is when it's just Aquarius processing in itself, the answer is always concise and consistent later, see? But they don't get defensive, so you got to watch out for that. And they also circle back because they become what? Curious, because they have to have the clarification of the situation. Now, I know I said all of that stuttering and jittery, and it's because, like I say, with my medication, you guys, it makes me do that. I can't control it. I tried to already, but hey, it is what it is. And I know that people probably think it's funny when I do the little hiccups, the little jolts, the little stutters and whatnot, but I think that's better than having a seizure. So hey, it is what it is. But if I have a seizure on camera, bear with me, okay? Okay, so another thing is that's just, so like I say, Aquarius just processes their emotions, or their whatever they process in a different way, okay? It's all done for clarification. All right, now the next thing I'm gonna tell you guys why you have to be careful with an Aquarius, okay, as a Pisces. Now, you have to, okay, so some of these I went over. Let me just make sure the ones that I may have missed, okay. You just got to be careful not to with the emotional detachment. That's what you really got to be careful with, okay, because it's always going to be a mismatch. You're going to feel things, and the Aquarius is going to detach for you. That's the best way to sum it up, because some of these I already mentioned already. Okay, I also have that there can be the communication clashes, and where your Pisces, you will want to address the situation, you will want to resolve the situation when there's tension, but you got to understand that in this aspect, Aquarius, they hate repeating themselves. They hate jokes in the tension. They joke in the tension, okay? In other words. Now, well, Pisces is sensitive to, another person's tone in which they speak. Pisces can feel criticized when dealing with an Aquarius. A Pisces wants empathy, but doesn't get it from Aquarius. So when it comes to communication clashes, this is what happens between Pisces and Aquarius. See, one thing about Aquarius, they debate their feelings. So it's like they will not express them in the same way or the same sense that Pisces does emotionally, okay? Now, if Aquarius answers a question of yours, usually it's done in a strategic way. See, they pick and choose what they say to what question. And it's like from one question to another, they pick and choose what question they're going to answer and which one they're going to ignore. So just know that they can detach from questions, and it's like, yo, you might be still looking for an answer, and you won't get one, okay? Now, another thing too is the way you express things, Pisces, you instantly overwhelm and make the Aquarius uncomfortable. See, it's like you basically create pressure, see? And that's the very thing that Aquarius will want to detach from, okay, if that makes sense. Another thing is overlook red flags. The ones that you have to pay attention to. The sudden mood shifts, see? You have to pay attention to the mood shifts with Aquarius. Another thing is that you need to pay attention to the detached eye contact during serious talks. Because if you talk to an Aquarius about a serious topic, or something that you want to address with them, watch their eyes. Because yes, not only does the mind detach, but the eyes. See? So if they look disinterested in the situation, there's your answer. See? So you might be speaking to them about an issue or trying to address it, and they'll be mentally detached from the whole situation, where they're not taking you serious. They're not even paying attention, you see, to what you have to say. Another thing is long pauses before answering questions, which is annoying. See, it's like Aquarius, why are you late for work? And it's like they can't just answer. It's like they're being strategic with their answers. Or they might ask you, why did you block me, Pisces? And then all of a sudden, when you tell them why, they get emotionally overwhelmed, and then they'll hang up on you, or they'll do something to show you that, oh, like that they could just leave the situation alone or just drop you. Like, it's like, damn, did you really care about why I blocked you, or did you just want me to tell you why I blocked you so that you can have the last word? See, or for that person to block you. Now, another thing is they could give you partial truths. They could change the subject subtly. They can avoid vulnerability. If it's not that deep, they can keep emotional walls up. They can avoid labels. They can need space during closeness, refusing emotional accountability for things, avoiding exclusive talks that you may have with them, and just withdraw when they're confronted, okay? Another thing is the dark side, okay? Dark side Aquarius and the patterns when it's unhealthy, there'll be emotional stonewalling, intellectual superiority, playing the devil's advocate during painful situations or events, gaslighting through logic, testing reactions subtly, strategic detachment, withdrawing, reassurance, emotional unavailability, appearing indifferent, acting detached to maintain control, using silence as power, being unpredictable, intentionally compartmentalizing guilt, avoiding deep apologies, turning emotional issues into debates, because they seldom apologize. They will not apologize for anything that they do, and especially if they're in the wrong. They may leave before a resolution is brought forth. So it's like they always detach mentally first, very quickly. They also can make a Pisces feel dramatic, and they could trigger emotional insecurities within Pisces. Now, why are Pisces? Ultimately, how to stop and to get through to an Aquarius is you have to, listen, you need boundaries with Aquarius. You have to toughen up. You cannot go soft with Aquarius. No. You can't set limits because it won't work. You have to have the idea, the mindset that, hey, I need boundaries just to survive. See, because Pisces, you absorb emotional coldness. See, you internalize blame when it's brought forth. Pisces, you try to fix everything. See, Pisces, you give too many chances. Pisces, you romanticize the potential of a situation, friendship, or relationship. You ignore the red flags. See, a Pisces hopes detachment will soften. A Pisces, you may over-explain your feelings. In regards to the Aquarius, you may tolerate inconsistencies. You may sacrifice comfort for the connection. You may feel confused by the mixed signals. A Pisces can chase clarity when it's not given freely. A Pisces can lose self in emotional chaos. A Pisces can drain themselves emotionally in a situation with Aquarius. A Pisces mistakes independency for rejection. A Pisces can feel emotionally lonely while being with an Aquarius, and a Pisces can delay walking away when they should, on time. So another thing is that Pisces forgives without boundaries sometimes. A Pisces can break before leaving a situation with an Aquarius. And then what ends up happening is that the Pisces finally explodes after the silence is over. The viral truth, though, see, this is the truth that a lot of people miss, is that Aquarius isn't the enemy, but the unbalance detachment is. That is the enemy, is the detachment. That is crazy because a lot of people miss this because they think that it's the Aquarius. No, it's the detachment that's not good. That's not healthy. See, and the whole thing is that Pisces is not weak, Aquarius. Get that out of your head. See, don't assume that because unprotected empathy, that's what you got to watch out for. The unprotected empathy. See, and here's the thing. Why? Because water and air can work. See, but only if the Aquarius learns to be what? Softer. We could say softer, okay? To say that. Aquarius must learn softness and the Pisces has to learn boundaries. Without that, then the Pisces will drown and the Aquarius disappears. See that? Now, another thing why some Aquarius like to brag. Now, I know a lot of people been saying this all real, the Aquarius always bragging about things, bragging about this, bragging about that. It's because they're searching for what? Intellectual identity. See? So Aquarius, they need to what? They have to tie self-worth with what? Their energy. So they can feel different. See? They can, feel smart. They can feel ahead of others or chosen. So when they brag, it's often about what? Who wanted them, what they know, who they rejected, and what they predicted, okay? So it reinforces identity. This is why they brag. Now, another thing too, they have a detached ego boost when they do different things. So they don't usually brag emotionally like some other signs do. They brag casually, okay? So it sounds like, oh yeah, that happened when I did this, or whatever goal was met, whatever they achieved, whatever they accomplished. Oh, she was into me, that makes them feel desirable, gives them some sort of identity. I saw that coming. See, like, oh, I predicted that. So it's subtle status positioning going on here, okay? Now, they like to control through the narrative, okay? Bragging can be a way of what? Rewriting history for them, framing themselves as desired, shifting the power into what? A conversation. Now, especially if they have what? A sense of insecurity or tension. See, even if they sense insecurity or tension, they're going to do this. The insecurity is a disguise though. See, you don't see it, but here's the thing, the timing matters of it. If somebody is in a relationship and it becomes unstable, this can happen. See, this is when you will realize the insecurity. But if they feel rejected, if they're going through a loss, then they're going to brag about what? The past desirabilities that can what? Repair their ego. Now, when they do this and try to repair their ego, it makes them feel like they've always had options. In other words, see, they also will revert to testing reactions. So sometimes bragging is a temperature check. And what it does is, it enforces them to their whole, the way they are quiet observers. Okay. So they watch and they look for, oh, do you react when they say things? Do you get jealous when they say things? Do you seem impressed or do you challenge it? See, so it's all about social positioning to them. Now, just another thing to remember with the whole emotional avoidance that they may carry. So instead of them telling you that they're insecure or that they were hurt about a situation, they say other people wanted me. See that? So that's how they can avoid emotions. Because why? It feels safer to them, okay? Now, another thing is that as the bonus content that I told you guys that I was going to tell you guys about is was another thing was the ego, okay? What is the Aquarius ego like? What does it look like? Okay, so the ego of Aquarius is the identity. See, it's identity based, okay? So their ego is tied to being different. Their ego is tied to being right, being ahead of others, being emotionally unaffected, and being intellectually superior to others. See, this is why the worst thing that you can experience is an Aquarius that has what? Authority, that has rank, that has, oh, they're the manager. See, man, if the Aquarius becomes the boss, they love feeling like they're your boss. See, and they will act different, and they will be a-holes. See, because this is the thing. They don't usually flex their money for looks. See, they flex because of the ideas that they have, their perspective on things. Oh, I saw it coming. The way they predicted it, I already knew that. And it's like, if you train them, they're going to say things to you like this. Oh, I know that already. Oh, yeah, I figured that. It's like trying to train them is like, you know, someone that's bucking up against every little thing you say. And I ain't going to lie. Someone, I work with someone like this. And believe it or not, she smacked my glasses off my face. Yep. She always would sit in my chair at work. I'm like, I'm the boss. Why are you sitting in my chair? I'm like, one thing about it was that used to piss me off, because every time I come to work, my chair is like all the managers, they always sit in the same seat. And then all of a sudden she had the nerve to sit in my chair. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're not the boss. And then it was like when I was training her, she kept saying, I know that already. Yeah, I know. And like, she was just bucking up against everything I was saying, like she knew already. Like, I said, yeah, you gotta, make a badge for the contractors to get through the doors to get access. Oh yeah, I know that already. Yeah, I figured that. Yeah. But I'm like, dude, you ain't doing nothing. You still not working. You still not showing what you know. See? And then, so yeah, that's how you know. So another thing is, they could, like I say, they could be chose by others because that's something they care about. That goes along with their ego of related to the identity. Okay. So the next thing that I have is, when it comes to the superiority, they do this in a more cool way. You never know how someone comes off to be like the cool boss or the cool this or the cool that. Aquarius ego isn't loud. It's not like Leo, okay? It's not the whole assertiveness of dominance in such a way, okay? So it's not the loud dominance, but it's the above reacting, see? So they pride themselves on being unbothered. So that's where their ego is. So when you do something to them and they laugh it off, that's when their ego is activated, in other words. Now, another thing is that the emotional detachment is used as power. See, so they feel powerful when they don't need you. They feel powerful when they can just walk away from you. They feel powerful when they stay calm while you're being emotional. See, so what does that mean? They like to control through composure. So that's where their ego is. So we have to ask ourselves this. How do you know when they're operating out of their ego? Let's talk about that. Okay. When an Aquarius is operating out of their ego, they start correcting you unnecessarily. Okay. It's different from how a Virgo does it. All right. They debate instead of empathizing with you. See, they laugh when something is serious. Like I said, the guy falling on a patch of ice. They over-explain logic to win. See, to win the argument. They subtly mention people who wanted them. They act unfazed when clearly they're triggered. See, they deflect instead of answering the question that you ask. They say you're overthinking it. They minimize your feelings, and they go cold instead of being vulnerable. So that's how you know that is the ego operating through Aquarius. Okay. And what does this do? When you add the ego of an Aquarius, this ends up adding into what? This turns to distancing. See, this turns to an Aquarius being distant. Plus, it gives them the intellectual dominance that they want. See, anyway. Now, if you're dealing with a secure, confident Aquarius, then it's going to be more of a calm, a calmness to them, to their attitude, their personality, added with the whole emotional awareness. Okay. So that's the difference. Now, what triggers the Aquarius ego in the first place It's, hey, remember I said you cannot control an Aquarius. So what do you, put it like this. If you try to control an Aquarius, their ego is going to show because they hate feeling controlled. So once they feel controlled, you're going to see it. If they feel pressure or emotionally cornered, you're going to see it. If they feel misunderstood, see, they hate being mischaracterized, okay? So if they feel it, the ego is going to be triggered. Another thing, if they feel intellectually challenged, where you may know more about a situation, or let's say you come off to others as being smart, or hey, you just, let's just say, you know, got more knowledge on a situation. If they feel someone is questioning their logic or their intelligence, oh, definitely that's going to trigger Aquarius ego. Another thing is when it comes to jealousy or possessiveness, they resist being claimed or controlled. See, another thing they hate is losing power in a social dynamic situation. So if they sense that somebody has emotional leverage over them, it's going to trigger their ego. Or if they are being exposed emotionally to someone or a situation, because Aquarius, they don't like when someone sees their vulnerability. See, so it can feel sneaky. This can also feel sneaky to others, okay? Because why? Aquarius ego doesn't explode. Remember I said it's not like Aries, it's not like a Sagittarius, it's not like a Leo. So when their ego is present, it doesn't explode. It withdraws. See, it's the smirking that happens. See, you gotta understand, like, it's okay. Let me slow down because I'm like, okay, so listen, when I get excited, okay, so yeah, it feels sneaky. Remember I said the most sneaky zodiac sign is Aquarius. They could walk through a club, they could walk through the club doors with all kind of guns on them. You know, if y'all seen that movie, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. If there was an old movie and the dude had guns in his boots, he had guns in his underwear, he had all them damn guns on him. But the difference here is that what Aquarius does it, they don't get detected. It's like they can sneak into a club unannounced and they can literally get in there like no other, okay? But here's the thing. Why it feels sneaky with Aquarius ego, okay, it doesn't explode. What it does is it withdraws, it smirks. Yes. See, it goes quiet, it goes silent, it corrects you calmly. See, it's subtle. So that's what you never forget this, okay? Now, when it comes to that, when they subtly do this, that's how they manipulate, okay? It can feel manipulative, especially to a Pisces. See, especially to a Pisces energy. Why? Because when you are a Pisces, you read the tone deeply anyway. See, you're going to pick up on it. And here's the thing. If you have a moon in Aquarius, you may recognize the pattern anyway because you do it too, okay? But you do it internally. Now, you detach when you feel unsafe emotionally as a one that has moon in Aquarius. So let's not forget that. And another thing is that how does a Pisces ego look? Because a lot of people had a question about that. Like, people say that Pisces doesn't have an ego, but they actually do. And they might actually, how does it look? Is that they may have the emotional martyr complex that we tend to, you know, that a lot of people have said we, you know, oh, we are the martyr of the zodiac. And the emotional martyr, that's actually in relation to the Pisces ego. So when a Pisces is triggered, this is when it's like, oh, the Pisces may feel like, oh, no one understands me. I always give more than I get back. I'm the only one who cares deeply. And it turns into identity. See, the pain turns into identity. So this is the ego here. Now, another thing is Pisces ego is also related to the whole silent withdrawal of a situation. So instead of arguing, a Pisces ego could go quiet. They could stop explaining. They could pull energy back. They can become emotionally cold all of a sudden. And it's not the whole indifference of the situation, is wounded pride, okay? Now, another way that the ego shows is through the victim narrative, okay? Because an unhealthy Pisces ego can slip into a depression. It can slip into, why does this always happen to me? or people take advantage of me, okay? And if the pain is based on that, it becomes self-protection, okay? Another way is the ego of a Pisces shows up is through the romantic superiority. So when the Pisces ego um gets to this, it's basically like, oh, I love better than most people. No one will love you like I do. So this could turn into a quiet emotional superiority situation regarding the ego. Another way that the ego shows through a Pisces is that whole testing through silence. Okay, so instead of confronting you directly, a Pisces may withdraw to see if you chase them or the situation. They may stop giving to see if you notice it, or act unbothered to protect feelings. Okay, and all we're really saying here is this passive power for the Pisces. And another thing is a whole emotional memory holding that a Pisces can do. And a lot of times a Pisces doesn't forget how you made them feel. See, and this can be when the ego shows, because the ego may forgive verbally, but emotionally, archive everything that happened. So then one day it all just what resurfaces. See, and that's how a Pisces gets you back, because it's like you fail to realize that Pisces remember what you said. See that? Yeah, Palace A, definitely swim, Loke. Yeah, definitely. What's going on? Is it D? Was it Div? Magadev? Hope I'm saying your name right. Hello, welcome. Another thing too is the signs a Pisces is operating from their ego to pay attention to is if they become overly sensitive to small tone shifts, or they assume negativity intent quickly. They emotionally shut down in the situation. They say it's fine when it's not. They detach after feeling unappreciated. They internalize instead of communicating of how they feel, or they disappear into, or let's say they disappear instead of, clarifying the situation. And what triggers a Pisces ego is basically if they feel, emotionally dismissed by a situation, or others feel unchosen, feel if they, feel like they care more about, something, being compared to others or a situation, being called too sensitive, lack of reassurance, or emotional betrayals. Now, the difference between a Pisces ego and Aquarius ego is that Aquarius ego is all about I don't need you. See, and Pisces ego is all about you don't deserve me. So Aquarius protects their pride through detachment, and Pisces protects their heart through withdrawal. So that's the whole important situation between the two. Now, let's talk about the mask. Okay, now the reason why I came up with this mask, okay, because when people talk about the mask of Aquarius, and believe it or not, Aquarius wears a mask. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you, this mask is okay. This mask basically shows you a difference between what they want to show you and what they actually feel, if that makes sense. So when we look at Aquarius, a lot of times people think they are fake, but it's not that they are fake by default. It's that they are protective. See, so they don't allow you to see how they really feel from what they show you. So the unbothered mask is what they wear. See, don't forget this, because the Aquarius mask will fool you. And see, they act cool, they act calm, they act collective, they act like they're your friend, they act. And this is what you see. They act to what? They act to keep the whole confrontation. They act detached, okay? Remember, why am I saying act? Putting emphasis on act. Because they're good actors. See? So they definitely can, listen, they could come off like, oh, we're cool. They be very cool, like a cigarette, a menthol one. See? They could be very cool, calm, and detached, and above drama. And guess what? Inside, it's nothing how it looks. Inside of an Aquarius, they may be overthinking. They may be feeling rejected. They may be processing everything deeply, and they may be quietly hurt. That's cold-blooded. See? But they refuse to show emotional chaos that's going on internally. See? And everybody tends to fall for the whole outward the outwardness, the whole, oh, this Aquarius, the vibe, they seem like they're in a good mood. They seem like, oh, everything's good, right? So beware and just pay attention to the intellectual mask as well. Because instead of saying they're hurt, what are they going to do? They're going to say things in a logical sense that, oh, that doesn't make sense. Logically, that doesn't make sense. That's what they're going to say. And see, they turn emotions into an analyst. So it feels like a debate, but it's actually a defense mechanism. See that? And see, the thing about it is the independent mask that they wear is that mask looks like this. They act like I don't need anyone. See? But underneath it all, they do want a connection. They just fear losing the whole autonomy of themselves, of being, their freedom, in other words. So they downplay the whole attachment, in itself. So don't be fooled there. Another mask that they wear is the whole human deflection. And they like to deflect when you ask them questions. So when things get too heavy, or let's say when they get emotionally overwhelmed, they may laugh, change the topic, make a joke, or shrug it off. So why? It's because that discomfort, it is related to their vulnerability. See, they get they basically, they're not comfortable with it. Okay. So another mask that they may wear is the observer. As we know, they are the silent observers. And a lot of times they prefer being the watcher, the analyzer, the one who sees the patterns, instead of being emotionally exposed. So the observation feels safer than participation, okay? So that's something to beware, just to watch out for. Now, why do they wear the mask in the first place? Is because Aquarius is ruled by what? Uranus. And what does Uranus mean? It means what? It comes with disruptions. It comes with unpredictability. So the emotion feels chaotic to them, okay? So when they detach, it feels like what? Like they're in control. So another thing is that they wear the mask to avoid, being controlled. They wear that mask to avoid looking weak, avoid emotional overwhelmingness, and protect their pride. So to know when they're wearing the mask, when you know that it's actually on, their tone goes flat, they answer calmly, but they avoid the whole depth of how deep the conversation goes. They over-explain the logic of and reasoning of the situation. They refuse to admit hurt. They say, I'm fine quickly. They detach instead of clarifying the situation. So when that mask drops, they become surprisingly soft, awkwardly honest, and vulnerable. So never forget that, okay? Now, another thing, does the Aquarius mask work on the Pisces? See, first off, the Pisces dissolves the Aquarius mask, okay? Now, why? Because of the whole emotional safety behind it without pressure. See, Aquarius drops the mask when they don't feel controlled, interrogated, judged, or cornered. So Pisces dissolves it by saying what? You don't have to perform here. There's no performance. So no demand means what? Just presence. So because of the whole non-reactive energy that happens as well when Aquarius expects drama to happen, and Pisces responds calmly but deeply, which shows that what? That they are aware of the energy shift. So that's disarming to an Aquarius. Aquarius prepares for the debate, the logic, reasoning behind the situation, and the deflection from the questions that are asked of them, okay? A Pisces responds with what? Understanding. See? And that short circuits the mask of an Aquarius. That's what dissolves it in a nutshell. And seeing through it quietly, a Pisces sees through that mask quietly. So a Pisces doesn't say you're hiding something. They just what? They just say that something feels like something's bothering you. Remember I said a Pisces, listen, will crack the code, has the Da Vinci code of all the zodiac signs. So when it comes to Aquarius, Aquarius can't pull this on Pisces because a Pisces will simply see it and question it and call it out and say, yo, is there something wrong with you? Are you good? Are you good, Mud? See? And the thing about it is that intuitive reflection, it makes Aquarius feel seen. Oh my God. And see, without feeling what? Attacked. See, it disarms them. So the mask weakens when they feel understood, not exposed. See, and also because of holding an emotional space. See, Aquarius fears the whole emotional overwhelmingness in itself. See, remember I said today when it comes to uh remember I said when it comes to them feeling emotions, they can't do it. It's simply just they fear it. See, so they fear the whole emotional overwhelmingness of a situation, of which what Pisces can what sit in silence, stay steady, not rush vulnerability, and not weaponize honesty. So the patient melts the whole defense mechanism of an Aquarius. So another thing is that a Pisces can what refuse the power struggle. So the mask strengthens when an Aquarius feels challenged, when their intelligence is questioned, when their control is threatened. So a Pisces dissolves it by what? Not competing in the first place with an Aquarius. So there's no ego battle here, just calm presence of the Pisces. So there could be a subtle detachment. So here's the plot twist. With a Pisces, when they dissolve the mask, most when they what? Stop chasing, when they stop over explaining, when they stop trying to prove themselves to the Aquarius. So when the Aquarius senses the emotional self-sufficiency, that's when they soften up. See, and that's when the whole relationships and the marriages start to work. And that's why you oftentimes find a Pisces woman with an Aquarius man. See that? Because then it's the behavior of the Pisces that softens up the Aquarius. See? It's not the Aquarius choosing to be soft or to soften up. So the Pisces makes them do so because now there's no threat to what? Their freedom. So a Pisces would simply let the Aquarius go see his dad alone. A Pisces like, yeah, go and get the hell out. Go see your dad. Go by yourself. Go. I ain't trying to threaten your autonomy. Go ahead. If you want to go by yourself, go. See? Then all of a sudden, the Aquarius softens up because now it's like, oh, you'll let me go by myself? Oh, okay. So that's when it works. Now, when it doesn't work is when the accusing of them being fake. Like if you start accusing the Aquarius of being fake, then the relationship, friendship is not going to work. It's not going to last. If you're demanding them to be vulnerable, it's not going to last. If you're pressuring a whole emotional confession of things, it's not going to last. And if there's emotional explosions, definitely that's going to harden the mask, okay? So the real truth of it all is Aquarius mask drops when what? They feel safe, when they feel respected, when they don't feel controlled, when they don't feel judged. That's when the whole situation of the mask drops in. With a Pisces, they dissolve it by what? By not, put it like this. A Pisces dissolves it not through force, okay, but through emotional gravity. See, so here's the difference. Ask yourself, as a Pisces, are you trying to dissolve the mask? No. Or are you trying to confirm whether what you sense was real in the first place? So that's the thing. Now, another thing, every zodiac sign wears a mask, okay? Now, notice every zodiac sign has a public mask, a hidden fear, a trigger, and a shadow reaction, okay? Now, Aries, their mask is confidence and dominance. It's a mask. Aries' hidden fear here is what? Being powerless or ignored. Now, they're triggered by disrespect, dismissal, being controlled, and their shadow reaction is anger, impulsive words, cutting people off fast. So they act strong so no one sees them weak. It's cold-blooded. See, they have a fear of looking weak, of being weak in front of others. Taurus, so Taurus, their mask looks like this. Their mask is calm, unbothered stability, okay? Their hidden fear here is the loss of security. They're triggered by sudden change, instabilities, and betrayals. And their shadow reaction to it is stubbornness and silent resentment. Why? Because they look steady but feel deeply threatened by what? Disruptions. This is why they clash with Aquarius heavily, okay? Very heavy. When them in Aquarius, they bump heads, they fight, they get in the ring. You see, It creates arenas and matches and whatnot. Okay. Now, another thing is Gemini. Their mask looks playful. That's how their mask looks, is playful, is light, is witty. And see, their hidden fear here is being misunderstood or trapped, triggered by what? Emotional heaviness, boredom, control. And see, their shadow reaction to it is inconsistencies, deflection, and emotional avoidance. And another thing, they joke when things feel too real. See, that's the mask of the Gemini. Now, the mask of a Cancer is nurturing. Okay, their mask is nurturing, and they are strong caretakers. Okay, now another thing, their hidden fear is rejection or abandonment. They have issues with that. That's why they are often times clingy. They're triggered by emotional coldness, lack of appreciation, and their shadow reaction is what? Moodiness and passive aggression. And they protect they protect others by what? Hiding their own hurt. See, that's the mask they wear. Now, Leo, their mask is what? Confidence and charisma. Their hidden fear is being unimportant. They're triggered by people ignoring them and public embarrassment. See, and their shadow reaction is ego flare-ups, dramatic reactions. See, and they shine to avoid what? Feeling invisible. That's their mask. See, and the mask of a Virgo is composed through what? Logical perfection. And their hidden fear is not being enough for a personal situation. And they are triggered by criticism, chaos, and incompetence. Okay. So the shadow reaction here is over criticism and nitpicking. And they control details to what? Avoid inner insecurities. See, that's their mask. Now, Libra, their mask is balance, being balanced, agreeable, and charming. See, we all know that. And their hidden fear is conflict and rejection. And they're triggered by tension, emotional imbalances. And see, their shadow reaction is through indecision, people pleasing, and quiet resentment. And why do they wear their mask? Is to what? Is that they smile to keep the peace. See that? Now, Scorpio, their mask is intense, mysterious, and controlled. Okay, so their hidden fear is betrayal and vulnerability. They're triggered by lies, secrecy, or power loss. And their shadow reaction is revenge energy and emotional withdrawal. And they wear their mask because they like to hide their softness behind intensity. See that? Another thing with Sagittarius, okay? Sagittarius, their mask is all about being free, optimistic, and blunt, okay? That's the mask they wear. Their hidden fear is restrictions and emotional heaviness. They're triggered by clinginess, routine, emotional control, and their shadow reaction is disappearing and avoidance. And why do they wear their mask? Well, they joke to escape emotional depth. See, they hate emotions. They hate going deep with anyone. They hate to have something deep, a deep, meaningful relationship, something like that. So, pay attention to it. Capricorn, their mask represents being strong, disciplined, and stoic. Their hidden fear is failure and loss of status. They're triggered by being seen as weak. Their shadow reaction is coldness, emotional shutdown, and they wear their mask to show that they work hard to avoid vulnerability. See, now another thing. Okay, we're gonna talk about Aquarius again. Is their mask is what? Their mask is to show detachment, intellectual, unbotheredness. Okay, so the hidden fear here is to losing autonomy and emotional control. And they're triggered by emotional pressure and being misunderstood. And see, their shadow reaction is emotional distancing and logical superiority. So they wear their mask to what? To detach to stay safe. See that? Now, so the detachment is used for protection, and it's done in a strategic way with Aquarius to sum it up. Now, Pisces, their mask is what? To show softness, to empathize, to show empathy and dreaminess, okay? So the hidden fear with Pisces is emotional rejection. They are triggered by being invalidated or unchosen. And their shadow reaction is withdrawal, victim mindset, and emotional overwhelmingness. And a Pisces wears their mask because they drown before they detach. Okay. Now, the pattern here for fire signs is that they mask insecurity with actions. See, that's the difference. Earth signs, they mask fear with control. And air signs, they mask vulnerability with intellect. And water signs, they mask fear with emotional defense mechanisms. So that's the whole difference. Now, with Pisces and Aquarius, their mask, okay, so to sum it up, to go back to so you guys don't forget, is a Pisces mask, how it looks is like them being the emotional martyr of a situation or a person or whatever the relation is. Aquarius mask is used to make them what? An emotional robot, if that makes sense. Okay, so one protects the heart while the other protects the mind. So just know that that's how it goes. Now, now another thing. Now, this is the bonus content here, okay? So how does a Pisces dissolve all boundaries of all the zodiacs, okay? Now, as we know, a Pisces energy works like water. It doesn't kick the door down. It seeps through the cracks, okay? Like a flood. So when it comes to Aries boundary is what? Strength and dominance, okay? And how does a Pisces dissolve it? Pisces doesn't compete with Aries. And see, that alone softens Aries up without a Pisces even trying, see? And then what ends up happening is the Aries ends up listening to Pisces instead of challenging them, see? So Aries lowers their guard when they feel admired instead of opposed to. It's cold-blooded. That's how Pisces dissolves the boundary with Aries. Listen, you want to know who wins with a Pisces versus Aries? Pisces all day. I just told you guys why. Now, how does a Pisces dissolve all boundaries with Taurus? Taurus boundary is what? The emotional walls that they put up, plus the routine, see? Now, how Pisces dissolves it is through what? Pisces creates comfort and emotional safety for Taurus, see? Only to line their ass up later, see? Taurus slowly relaxes when they feel understood. You ever notice, as soon as you agree with the Taurus, all of a sudden they light up like a damn Christmas tree. It's like, oh, now they feel comfortable. That's how they get manipulated. See, it's through the comforts. Venus is here, so it's all the whole sensations of the comfort. The food tastes great. Oh, such unbelievable rich chocolates here. They taste great. Little things like that. And see, the thing about it is, once the Taurus, the bull, slowly relaxes, that's when they start feeling understood by the Pisces. Problem is that how Pisces dissolves the boundaries of the Taurus is because the water, it softens the earth over time. See that? It's cold-blooded. It's what you can't see. And see, with Gemini's boundary is what? Humor and deflection. So how does a Pisces dissolve it? A Pisces doesn't chase the joke. See? A Pisces does not chase the joke. And see, a Pisces ends up responding with depth, see? And how to dissolve a Gemini's boundary is that Gemini eventually drops the mask when someone sees beyond the performance. It's cold-blooded, see, because they need attention. That's why I said the best way to dissolve the boundaries of Gemini is to ignore them. Ooh, it's cold-blooded, see, it's what you can't see. Now, Cancer boundary is the protective shell, see, the crab. Angry Krabby Patty, right? And how does a Pisces dissolve it? It's through what? Pisces mirrors emotion without judgment. See, and Cancer feels safe with them being vulnerable instead of exploited. It's cold-blooded. See, Cancer, you can't mess with Pisces. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. See, it is what it is. Now, Leo's boundary is what? Ego and pride. And see, how does a Pisces dissolve it? It's Pisces admires genuinely. See, give credit where credit's due, not competitively. And here's the thing. Leo softens when they feel emotionally valued. That's how it's easy to stroke an ego of a Leo. Cold-blooded. See, it's cold-blooded. Now, Virgo, their boundary is in regards to criticism and control. And how does a Pisces dissolve the ego? I mean, how does a Pisces dissolve a Virgo's boundary? Is that Pisces doesn't what? Argue logic with Virgo. A Pisces simply responds emotionally, which disarms what? Virgo's analyst. See? That's how Pisces dissolve the boundary of Virgo. Now, how does a Pisces dissolve the boundaries of a Libra? A Libra boundary looks like what? People pleasing. See? And how Pisces dissolves it is through what? Pisces sees when Libra isn't okay. See? And that validation makes what? Libra drop the performance mode. See? They have once they turn off that performance mode, they driving in neutral in the regular gears. See? That's how Pisces dissolve their boundaries. Now, when it comes to Scorpio boundary is what? In regard to intensity and secrecy. How does a Pisces dissolve it? Is Pisces doesn't fear the depth. See? They're not afraid to go deeper. See? So Scorpio relaxes when they aren't emotionally chased, if that makes sense. And that's how they get pegged. Now, Sagittarius, their boundary, how does it look? It shows freedom and avoidance. Okay, how does a Pisces dissolve the boundary of Sagittarius? Is through what? A Pisces just simply doesn't cage them. See, lets them roam, lets them run free. See, and then all of a sudden, the Sagittarius. Okay, so put it like this. When a Pisces doesn't cage them, that's the first thing. That's how they dissolve a Sagittarius boundary, and they emotionally anchor them without restrictions. That's how they get them. Now, when it comes to a Capricorn boundary, how does a Pisces dissolve the Capricorn boundary? Well, this is what the Capricorn boundary looks like. It's all about the emotional stoicism, and when it comes to how the Pisces dissolves is that Pisces offers softness without demanding vulnerability from a Capricorn. The Capricorn will open up slowly when they're not pressured. See, that's how they get their boundary dissolved by Pisces. Now, how does a Pisces dissolve an Aquarius boundary? Well, Aquarius boundary is a detachment. So how does the Pisces dissolve it? By staying emotionally steady without control. And that alone will make an Aquarius drop their mask when they feel understood, not analyzed. And see, when it's a Pisces and a Pisces, how does a Pisces dissolve the boundaries of another Pisces? Is because the Pisces boundary is withdrawal, okay? And the Pisces dissolves it through what? Self-awareness. And that alone creates the whole learning boundaries instead of the emotional merging, see? And that's how a Pisces dissolves all boundaries of all the 12 zodiac signs, okay? So when it comes to the core truth here of how they do it is that a Pisces dissolves all boundaries through empathy, patience, emotional mirroring, non-judgment, soft presence. And here's the thing. It's not always healthy to dissolve all anyone's boundary, okay? It's not always healthy to dissolve all boundaries. Remember, because there's nothing to hold on to, right? Remember I said you try to hold on to something and it's not there, see? Because it also creates illusions. It makes you fall for illusions when you have nothing presently there to hold on to. See, because you have to really question yourself and say, am I really seeing what I'm seeing? See, and you don't want to approach things in such a way. And also, when you, it isn't always healthy. Another reason is that, see, sometimes those boundaries exist for protection. See, sometimes boundaries are there for protection. And Pisces, you must learn this because, listen, softness doesn't mean self-sacrifice. See how you gotta really pay attention to this, because listen, sometimes you might think that you can assume. Remember, I said the illusion. You got to actually ask yourself, am I really seeing what I'm seeing? Because you might think that you have to be that way, self-sacrificial to a situation, and it's like, yo, it might not even be like that, and you can get yourself into a lot of trouble just by assuming. See, so you can't dissolve all boundaries. It's not always healthy. Okay. Now, another thing is when it comes to manipulation. Okay. This is a big one because this is a subscriber asked me to answer this. So, and I got to put a disclaimer out that I'm not teaching you guys to go out there and manipulate Pisces. Okay. This is about awareness, not tactics, in regards to me saying this. Okay. So, when it comes to how does Pisces manipulate? Okay. Now, Pisces doesn't usually manipulate through control. Okay. They influence through emotions. Remember, I said that Pisces are great influencers. Okay. So they influence through emotions. Now, water doesn't push, as we know, it pulls. See? So here's the difference. With Aries, how does Pisces manipulate all the zodiac signs? So this is, as I said, this is not a tactic. This is awareness. Now, Aries, how does Pisces manipulate Aries? Is through emotional withdrawal. Okay. Aries reacts to energy shifts fast. So when Pisces goes quiet and distant, Aries feels the loss and often chases. So it isn't done by force. No, it's emotional absence, and what it's doing is creating reaction within Aries. See? So that's how a Pisces learns that they have to what? They have to simply it's like they do something to make the Aries, mad in the first place, just to get them in trouble, or hey, get them arrested, or hey, because a Pisces will literally set up shop for the Aries to get mad enough for a reaction. See, without them even trying, they could really create the reaction through the emotional absence. Okay, because you gotta understand, Aries likes attention. They have the ego of a child sometimes. Now, Taurus, how does a Pisces manipulate a Taurus? It's through creating emotional dependency. See, and Pisces gives comfort and softness to a Taurus. And what does this do? If a Pisces does that and then withdraws suddenly, the Taurus will feel destabilized. See, so the manipulation will be giving warmth, then pulling it away. That's how a Pisces will manipulate a Taurus. Now, how does a Pisces manipulate a Gemini? It's through deep emotional intensity. Okay, so when this is done, the Gemini lives in lightness, lightheartedness, fun, and playful energy. Okay, so Pisces pulls them into the deep depths of a situation. See, only to what? Stuff their head and their body into the illusion. No, I'm kidding, but they will pull the Gemini into the depth. See, and what ends up happening is that if Pisces becomes mysteriously unavailable, then what will happen to Gemini? Gemini becomes curious and hooked. It's cold-blooded. Remember, I said a Pisces can hook a sign. Don't think that, just because they're a fish, that they only can be hooked. No, because Pisces can literally become your addiction. See, now a Cancer. How does a Pisces manipulate a Cancer? Is through playing the wounded one. See, a Pisces can act like they're the one that's going through an emotional crisis, and all of a sudden, a Cancer wants to protect them. Woo! And see, if a Pisces if a Pisces leans too heavily into that victim energy, the Cancer will overfunction, will overcompensate every single time. See, just like a baby, it's like I'm not. You know what? This screw. Hey, I'm not a comedian. This is Leo, okay? But yeah, how does a Pisces manipulate a Leo? Is that they withhold the admiration. See, they stop clapping. And see, a Leo thrives on appreciation. They basically will want you to applaud them, okay? So a Pisces basically giving admiration, but then removing it creates insecurities within Leo. Whew. Man, hey, hold him back, hold him back, hold him back, hold him back. He's putting belt to ass and stop this guy. He's doing too much. See, another thing is, how does a Pisces manipulate a Virgo? Is through what? Emotional confusion. See, Virgo wants clarity, where Pisces can be vague, elusive, and dreamy. And see, what this does is that unpredictability keeps Virgo analyzing. See that? And it could be over nothing. Now, Libra, how does a Pisces manipulate a Libra? Is through subtle guilt. And what this does, Pisces basically can provide an emotional disappointment that can make Libra feel what? Responsible. See that? And Libras hate that because it keeps them off balance. Now, another thing with Scorpio, how does a Pisces manipulate a Scorpio? Is through mirroring intensity. See that? Like two could play that game. So Pisces can match Scorpio's depth and then suddenly detach. See, Scorpio can't do that because they can't let go. And see, that destabilizes Scorpio's control because Pisces removes the access. See, and that causes what? It causes frustration within the Scorpio because they hate the loss of power. See, power loss. Now, Sagittarius, how does a Pisces manipulate a Sagittarius? Is through emotional gravity. And see, Sagittarius values what? Freedom. So Pisces uses what? Their emotions to pull the Sagittarius, and it can feel like a magnetic force field until Pisces withdraws. It's cold-blooded. See that? And then all of a sudden they're stuck in it. Now, Capricorn, how does a Pisces manipulate a Capricorn? Is through soft vulnerability. And see, Capricorn feels powerful protecting someone vulnerable. See? But here's the thing. Pisces softness can draw that out of a Capricorn. See that? It's cold-blooded. Now, another thing is that Aquarius, how does a Pisces manipulate Aquarius? Is through emotional mystery, okay? And Aquarius values logic. So they're going to fall for this. And Pisces' emotional unpredictability can create intrigue and obsession, see? And that's why, remember I said curiosity killed the cat? So this will manipulate and make Aquarius more curious about Pisces, of which and why they're doing something, because they're intrigued, see? It's like going to the library and reading a good book that you can't figure it out, what's going on with the plot, see? And how does a Pisces manipulate a Pisces? Is through what? No reason. Because you simply can't. It's cold blood. You thought I was going to say something. Why? I'm going to tell you the secret. A lot of people thought that I had an answer for this. You can't manipulate. A Pisces cannot manipulate another Pisces. Nope. I'm going to tell you why. Because this is the biggest manipulation risk. Is very risky. Why is this? Because self-sacrifice to gain empathy, or emotional withdrawal to trigger a reaction. So even if you tried, the Pisces knows how to maneuver to get out of being manipulated every single time. So if a fish goes left, guess what? The other fish within the other person will go right. You will never be able to catch the Pisces into a control or have them. You can't corner a Pisces. You just can't. See? Because Pisces sees all the sides to a situation, meaning the pattern, the cycle. A Pisces always is fully aware of the cycle, the pattern. So it looks at all sides of a situation, meaning what? Movement. And you cannot predict the movement of a fish. So therefore, you can't manipulate a fish. See? Because as soon as you think you got them, they're going to do something totally different that throw you off. And it's like, yo, I don't know what's going on. It's going to confuse you. See? So if you try to manipulate the fish, you will become confused. See? Because you simply cannot do it. Okay? They will only trigger a reaction out of you if you try. See? Now, a healthy Pisces influences through empathy. Remember this, because there's a distinction between the two. Unhealthy Pisces, Pisces influences through emotional imbalances. So that's something to remember, just so you guys know the difference. Because the unhealthy Pisces doesn't use empathy, see, at all. Now, when it comes to a healthy Pisces, how does a healthy Pisces look? They lead with empathy. They feel others deeply. They avoid hurting people. They don't like confrontation, and they try to preserve the connections you see that they have. Okay, so but when it comes to the when it comes to the sensitivity, they may fear the loss of a situation because why? They can unconsciously shift behaviors. It's cold-blooded. See that? Now, how can a light Pisces manipulate? Believe it or not, they can do it unintentionally. Yes. Bet you didn't know that. See? And the thing about it is they do it through emotional withdrawals. Instead of saying that they're hurt, they go quiet. So you don't even know. And the thing about it is the silence makes the other person feel anxious. That's how a Pisces can manipulate, through being quiet. See? So you end up doing something and you can make a mistake that way. See? And the silence makes the other person feel anxious. So that creates emotional leverage in itself without the Pisces even intending to even try. They could just do it unintentionally. And see, I'm going to tell you why. Because a Pisces may not mean to control you or the situation, but the withdrawal creates power. Oh, it's crazy, man. Listen, another way of Pisces, the light side Pisces can manipulate you is through playing smaller. They can act like that. Look, they can shrink themselves on purpose. They can appear to be smaller. Oh, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little cashier. I'm just this small little fraction of a miniature light, right? Here's the thing. They can act softer. They can act more wounded. They can downplay their strength. And guess what? That's when you don't even know that you're inside the jaws of a damn shark. See? Because why? They don't do this to deceive others, but to protect themselves. See? And this is the thing. It can make other people step into what? Protector mode. See that? Now, another way is through guilt. See? Guilt through disappointments. But here's the thing. A Pisces won't just flat out attack you. They'll say, oh, I just thought you understood me. See that? And that subtle sadness can trigger guilt within others. It's cold-blooded. If you ever see it, you'd be like, damn. See? Another thing is that a Pisces can breadcrumb you. They can overgive and then pull back. And see, that giving of let me slow down. Because I don't know, man, listen. That giving deeply can really affect others. And then because you pull it back, ooh, that's cold-blooded. It's like giving somebody everything they want. You taking care of them, and then you just kick them out. You just take it back. Then all of a sudden, it's like taking candy from a baby. No, you know what? I'm not funny. Let me stop saying that. Let me get back on board, okay? We're going to drive the ship now. Okay, they could give deeply. Then all of a sudden, when they're hurt, see, when a Pisces get hurt, they can retract completely. It's like driving. Imagine everybody's on board. You driving the boat, and then a Pisces just gets upset and pulls over. Makes everybody late. Makes everybody miss their plans is all just messed up. And because of ending. See that? The thing about it is they could just stop completely what they're doing. Don't matter what it is. See, that shift can destabilize somebody emotionally. And they could be forever emotionally wounded, like a scar. See, a scar from a fish bite is like, yo, damn, you got bit by a fish. Yes, it wasn't just a fish. It was a damn shark. See that? And the thing about it is Pisces can have a light side. Pisces can manipulate you through the intuitive influence. Bet you didn't know that the intuition can manipulate you. It's cold-blooded. Got to charge my phone again. Okay? Because we are in that mode. Okay? Now, another thing is the intuitiveness can, definitely influence. And see, the thing is that Pisces reads people extremely well. Okay? So a light Pisces may adjust their tone, their mood, and their softness to get the emotional response that they wanted the whole time. See, that's how they can set you up, get that out of you. But look, here's the thing. They're not doing it maliciously, no, but strategically. Why? Because the subconscious. See, they're doing this subconsciously. The subconscious is, listen, it's so powerful. People do not pay attention to it simply, okay? Now, the difference between the light side Pisces and the dark side Pisces is the dark side Pisces uses emotions intentionally to control others. Light side Pisces may influence emotionally without realizing they're doing so. See, it's done unintentionally. But it usually is what? It's usually fear-based, not ego-based. So just know when it comes to the whole gist of the situation, Pisces ego is subtle, and it's not loud like Leo, and it's not cold like Aquarius. It's emotional. And Pisces ego, like I said, at the end of the day, it says that, hey, I'm better than you. It says I feel deeper than you, okay? So just know that when you hear Pisces say, I believe, that's what they're going to, okay? It's their emotional pride. It's not arrogance based, okay? Now, another thing is whenever a Pisces ego shows up, that's when they can become silent. Did you know that if a Pisces is silent, that could be their ego? See? Because listen, instead of arguing, Pisces ego is like, yo, it's time to go quiet. Did you know that even though a Pisces is quiet, you wonder how they control the environment? You wonder how they control everyone with them being quiet. See? Because they're pulling their energy back. You get addicted to the energy. See, you think is that a Pisces can't pull it back. See, you think that is permanent. See, a Pisces can do you well, treat you well, feed you well, do everything that, hey, money can't buy. You get addicted, but you do something to disturb or, hey, betray, and a Pisces pull it back. See, then it's like having your hand in a cookie jar, and then you try to go back to reach for another cookie only to find a cap on it, and you can't get to those cookies. See, and then all of a sudden, now they have affected you emotionally. See, because now you're pissed. You're like, yo, where are those cookies that I was getting? See, I want another one, but Pisces like you can't have one, and Pisces not being even communicative at this point. See, with you, because they stop explaining. See, they become distant, and then all of a sudden it wounds your pride. See, because why? The Pisces was protecting their heart. Now, the victim lens in it all is that a Pisces can play the victim, because an unbalanced Pisces ego, it slips into what? It could slip into them saying, why does this always happen to me? I always give more than I receive. Then all of a sudden that pain turns into identity. See, they remember who they are. See that? It's like they remember what they're known for. So you definitely need not to test them through absence, okay? Because a Pisces will definitely do so to you. And they'll do this because this is more powerful than confronting. So that's when the Pisces, they realize they stop reaching out to you. They wait to see if you notice it, see? And they detach to see if you'll chase. So the ego one reassurance without action is here. Now, a Pisces as well with their ego could be what? The whole just emotional memory of the whole situation, because they don't forget how you made them feel at the end of the day. So if they say they're fine, they may internally archive everything just to bring it back up again and just to remind you of such a thing, okay? Now, let me see. Let me go and see what I got. Okay, another thing. Okay. Now, getting into the cycles. Now, I know y'all like, damn, this bonus content as well. Everybody knows that Pisces ends cycles by dissolving patterns, okay? Now, water doesn't fight fire, okay? It doesn't fight fire, okay? It absorbs, it softens, and it eventually washes it away, okay? So here's the thing. When it comes to a Pisces ending the cycle of an Aries, it ends in the ego battles, okay? Because Aries thrives on what? As we said before, reactions. So Pisces ends the cycle by not reacting to Aries energy, see? And when Pisces stops engaging emotionally, the fire dies down with Aries. So the cycle ends the conflict, and then the conflict turns into the reaction, and then the reaction turns into the escalation. See how that happens? Now, when it comes to Taurus, Pisces ends Taurus stubborn standoffs, and see, Taurus holds ground, but Pisces doesn't push, and see, instead of forcing a change, Pisces quietly withdraws. And this is how they end the cycle of a Taurus, because the resistance, it collapses, and then there's nothing else to nothing to resist after that. See, now how does the Pisces end the cycle of Gemini? Is Pisces ends the mental loops, and because Gemini, likes to small talk, likes to chat you up. Gemini talks it out endlessly, but Pisces fills it out. See. And when Pisces stops debating and simply disengages with Gemini, the mental ping pong, it stops. See, the whole back and forth. Now, how does a Pisces end the cycle of a Cancer? Cancer, a Pisces ends the cycle of a Cancer through ending their emotional overloading attachment that they tend to do often, because why? Cancer, they cling when they're hurt. And see, a Pisces ends it by what? Releasing instead of clinging back to them, okay? So that water can either flood the situation or whatever it is between the two of them, or flow away. Now, how does a Pisces end the cycle of a Leo? Is through ending the validation cycles that Leo hunts for, looks for. Why? Because Leo wants the recognition. So Pisces ends the cycle by no longer feeding them admiration. So when the applause stops, the dynamic shifts. See. Now, how does a Pisces end the cycle of a Virgo? Is through ending of the criticism loops. See, as you know, that Virgo likes to analyze and correct others. So they like to point out your flaws. Pisces ends it by refusing to argue logic. See, logic reasoning with them. So there's no defense mechanisms being used. So the outcome would be no ongoing critical battles between coming from Virgo. Now, how does a Pisces end the cycle of a Libra? And here the Pisces will end the people pleasing cycle. And see why? Because Libras, they avoid conflict. That's why they use charm. See, so Pisces ends it by speaking emotional truths calmly to Libra. That forces them to be authentic. See that? Now, another thing with Scorpio, of how Pisces ends Scorpio, as you guys know, Pisces ends Scorpio through what? Ending their power struggles. And see, Scorpio tests the loyalty and depth, while Pisces doesn't compete for control. So when Pisces detaches spiritually, Scorpio loses the tension. See that? Because they need tension to thrive. Now, how does a Pisces end the cycle of a Sagittarius? Is through what? Ending the avoidance that happens with Sagittarius. Sagittarius runs from the emotional heaviness that they experience. See, Pisces ends it by either what? Anchoring emotionally or walking away quietly. So no chase. What is that? What does that benefit? What does that mean? Hey, that means no game. See, no chase, no game. So Pisces simply ends the cycle of Sagittarius by not chasing them. See, and what that does is basically like, yo, there's no game to be played now, or no game to be played with it. Okay. Now, how does a Pisces end the cycle of Capricorn? Well, Pisces ends the emotional suppression that happens. As you guys know, that Capricorns, they don't like weakness, okay? So Capricorn suppresses their vulnerability, while Pisces softens the walls by staying emotionally steady with Capricorn. And see, but if it stays blocked, Pisces eventually exits the situation. See, so no matter how hardened that a Capricorn heart may be, or how cold detached they may be, it won't work, because as soon as a Pisces realize that it's blocked, they're going to eventually exit the situation. See, which ends the cycle. And how does a Pisces end the cycle of an Aquarius? Well, Pisces ends the detachment battles. So Aquarius, they may mentally detach first very quickly, while Pisces feels it first quickly. So then the Pisces will detach permanently, okay? Only to never return. So once Pisces emotionally releases that, Aquarius can't re-engage or become curious about the old patterns. See that? So that cycle gets ended. Now, how does a Pisces end another Pisces cycle? It's through a Pisces ending the self-sacrifice. See, the biggest cycle Pisces must end is their own. See that? So over giving, over romanticizing, over sharing, over forgiving. Remember, over. If you hear over forgive, over anything, it's related to self-sacrifice. So Pisces, what? Matures when they stop dissolving themselves. It's cold-blooded. Like you cannot, you see, you deny your power when you shrink yourself around others. So what you have to remember, Pisces, is don't dissolve yourself, because you can. You can easily do it, and you have done it. We all have done it. You have to know that hey, you have to love yourself and put yourself first. Don't put yourself down just to make others happy, just because you know they don't like you or whatever it may be. Now, here's the thing. Pisces ends cycles not by winning, believe it or not, but by surrendering. See, you have to know that in order to end a cycle, you cannot try to what? You cannot try to put your ego there. You can't try to compete. See, when a Pisces stops fighting, chasing, proving themselves, explaining themselves, the pattern collapses. So because Pisces energy is karmic completion anyway, here's the important situation here. Ending cycles requires boundaries. See, otherwise a Pisces just repeats themselves and repeats the whole situation. So you have to ask yourself, Pisces, at the end of the day, are you trying to end a cycle or understand why one keeps repeating themselves? See, you got to know the difference. Are you here to end cycles, or are you here to question them, or to know why are they repeating themselves? Now, just know, okay, this is for those of you that have Venus in Aquarius. Okay, so this is a bonus content. Okay, so as you guys know, what does Venus represent? Venus represents how you love others, how you love yourself. You know, okay, so look, how you love yourself, how you love others, attraction, values, and relations, how you relate to others. So Aquarius, as we stated, basically means, you know, freedom, individuality, logic, and detachment. Okay, so Venus in Aquarius, love is different. Okay, in a nutshell. Now, it's not cold, it's just wired differently. So the good thing about Venus in Aquarius is that you have you are loyal to the mind first. Okay, so that means that you need a mental connection. You have to be with someone that has a mental connection with you. That's something you look for. Why? Because if you stimulate them intellectually, they're hooked. See that? That's why a lot of times, a lot of you that have Venus in Aquarius, you may watch my channel, see, because you get a stimulate, you get stimulated intellectually, okay, to the content. Okay, now the thing about it is it is not possessive. Okay, they don't suffocate you, they respect independence. Another thing that's good, a good thing about Venus in Aquarius placement is that, you know, it starts from friends to lovers energy. They like to do it like that, so they build relationships on what? On companionship and equality. Okay, another thing is that they have a unique love style, so they love unconventional connections. They won't do love by the book. See that? They're not gonna follow the traditional way and the normalities of the situation. Okay, now another thing is that they are emotionally calm in conflict. They don't explode easily. They think before reacting. They're very accepting, so they don't judge easily. They value individuality and partners. They're future oriented, so they think long term, you know, regarding compatibility, not just chemistry reasons. Okay. Now the challenges here are the emotional distancing. Okay, so they may struggle with deep vulnerabilities. They detach during conflict. When they're overwhelmed, they may withdraw instead of engaging in the situation. They rather choose freedom over attachments. So if they feel controlled, they can pull away fast. They intellectualize their feelings. So instead of saying they're hurt, they analyze the situation. They can feel inconsistent. So maybe they can be warm one day, then distant the next. They're not naturally reassuring. So they assume love is understood. They don't over validate, the situation. And they also are slow to fully commit emotionally to a person or a situation. They don't rush emotional merging, in a sense. Okay. Now, when it's unhealthy, they may ghost instead of giving closure. They may avoid hard emotional conversations. They may act unbothered when they're actually hurt. They may keep emotional options open, and they may use detachment as control. Now, when it's healthy, uh, they may deeply be loyal once chosen. They can be emotionally intelligent in a quiet way. They could be supportive of your individuality, and they could be non-judgmental and stable in long-term bonds. Okay. Now, how does it feel to date someone that has Venus in Aquarius? Is that they won't drown you in emotions, believe it or not. They'll walk beside you. If you need constant reassurance, it may feel cold. If you value space and intellect, it'll feel refreshing, like a refresher drink from Dunkin' Donuts. So that's the thing, okay? So in a nutshell, smash that like button, you guys. I'm glad everybody was able to make it. We were almost close to the Pisces season, February 19th. It was right around the corner. And I love y'all, and apologize for my code of conduct earlier. But yeah, smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks everybody for coming out and watching the stream. I'll see y'all tomorrow.